more particularly to all shepherds who are believers, and most especially to our beloved brothers and sisters in the United States of America. Special greetings to our brethren in Colorado, in Fiji Island, in Africa, Australia, Mexico, Spain, United Kingdom, and to all the living saints, 144,000 in number, scattered throughout the whole world. Good evening, and may the good Lord bless you, brothers and sisters. This is our episode number 4 on the subject, the 12 Figurative Mass. I do fully believe that since the number of the Bible is 5, there must also be 5 infallible proofs that had been given by God to His people, more particularly to the last generation of men. Now, I would like to read here in track number 3, 1934 edition, page 69. It says, the parable in the 20th chapter of Matthew explains that the Bible contains 5 time messages, namely, early in the morning, the 3rd hour, the 6th hour, and the 9th, and the 11th hour. 5 in all. These symbolical calls proved to be all the time messages in the Bible from the day it began to be written to the close of provisionary time. That is, when these messages are proclaimed to the world, the Bible will be an exhausted book as far as saving anyone after that. Therefore, the numerical value of the Bible is 5. So, here end 2SR. $200 54. It says, our God could have spoken to us direct by prophets as in times past, but it would have been impossible to transmit as much light to one generation. Neither could we comprehend its meaning as we can by these examples or symbols. Also, knowing the great deception and belief and doubts of high-minded men that were to arise, He has placed these marvels in the Bible to expose error and reveal truth, thus overthrowing the enemy of mankind, also leaving the hypocrites and the unbelievers without an excuse. To us, our page 254. And among those marvels, first, it is pertaining to typology. According to SR page 255, saying, this light being transmitted by marvels of typical events is a clear manifestation that there is a time for every incident of vital interest to the Church of God, which are the only positive proofs and clear explanations of divine providences, as there is no time for that which is false. Teachers of juries without a typical representation for their claims of so-called Bible truths, and those who believe in them are as the blind leading the blind. The types are worked out to expose the error and reveal the truth. The honest ones will shun the devil by embracing the facts and by walking in the light. So one of the infallible proof that had been given by God to us is the typological events. The only positive proofs according to the Shepherd's Rod. Because other truths in the Bible can be led only into error or negatively. The same with the statement in Desire of Ages 458, saying, the very words of prophecy were so perverted as to sanction error. Desire of Ages 458. The very words of prophecy were so perverted as to sanction error. But accordingly, brothers and sisters, the 11th hour movement being the very last, God purposed that it must triumph and it must stand. Here in answerer number 1, page 68, indeed, in the very nature of the case, the 11th hour movement must triumph, for being the last, the one to garner in the harvest, then should it fail, everyone in the world today would forever remain lost. Double, therefore, are the reasons that the Lord purposes it to stand. Answerer number 1, page 68. So that is the purpose of God. That the 11-hour movement, being the very last, it must stand. It must triumph. And that is God's purpose. Here in 1 SR, page 89, it says, the lesson here is, with all the satanic schemes, it would be impossible to defeat the divine purpose. One SR, page 89. It says the lesson here is, with all the satanic schemes, it would be impossible to defeat the divine purpose. So since it is God who declared that the 11-hour movement must stand, it must triumph, because that is His divine purpose. And no one can defeat God's divine purpose. And therefore, God provided us infallible proofs by which the 11th-hour ministry can never be mistaken. I remember the statement in 11 Symbolic Code, number 6, page 19, saying, the Lord has given us in this day an accurate and reliable blueprint in His 11th-hour message, so that none of us need fear in knowing how great a privilege we have to be a true witness for Him in word, in deed, and in action. Let us not, therefore, put off the work and thus prolong the world's sorrow and suffering, but let each of us be among those who shall fulfill the purpose for which we were created, to verily help bring about complete and true rest and everlasting joy. God has faithful ones who will do it. Will you be one of them? 11 Symbolic Code, number 6, page 19. I remember the statement in General Conference Special on pages 11 and page 12, saying, shall it be you, shall it be me, to be shaken out? is the greatest question before us. It cannot, though, be either of us if we are intelligently determined not to let it be. Assuredly, brethren, not a one need be in uncertainty. All may for a surety know both the day and the Elijah as he proclaims it, because to our surprise, he will point out that every Bible prophet describes the day and also tells what the Lord would have us do while it is approaching, and subsequently while we are going through it. All will see that no one but Elijah can proclaim the day. In General Conference is special, pages 7 and page 8, it says, this will be the devil's deal. While the day of God is approaching, and while Elijah is making the announcement of it, as the scroll unrolls, and while the prophecies concerning the day of God are being unsealed, his work and his interpretation of the prophecies for the great day will identify him as the promised Elijah, the prophet. Testimonies to Ministers, page 475. And this will enrage the devil as never before. Nevertheless, one's only safety will be in the teaching of Elijah. For there will be no other voice of timely truth and authority to whom one may turn. Any others will lead their victims blindfolded into perdition. General Conference Special, pages 7 and page 8. This statement in General Conference is special on page 19. I would like to read. This surely confirms the conclusion that since Elijah is to herald the great day, he can therefore be the only one who will rightly interpret the prophecies of the day, which are still mysteries to Christendom and even to our own denomination. Indeed, to reiterate, it is for this very reason that the prophet is sent. He is to unroll the scroll, to explain what the day of the Lord is like, what the Lord will do then, and how we may survive his judgments. To re-emphasize the fact, let it be said again that being the last of the prophets Elijah is therefore the only one who can open to our understanding all the prophecies of the scriptures pertaining to the great and dreadful day of the Lord. Prophecies which heretofore had been only mysteries to all. Thus he is, as the scripture says, to blow the trumpet in Zion and to sound an alarm in God's holy mountain, in the church. General Conference Special, page 19. The statement says, all the prophecies of the scriptures pertaining to the great and dreadful day of the Lord. Or first of all, it seems that according to this reading, all the prophecies recorded in the Bible, the climactic event, the focal point is the great and dreadful day of the Lord. Or every Bible prophecies, whatever subject that we are going to take, the focal point is the great and dreadful day of the Lord. And the shepherd's rod, plainly telling you and me in this reading, in the General Conference is special. Page 19, that no one is authorized, no one could be able to explain all the prophecies in the Bible that pertaineth to the great and dreadful day of the Lord, except Elijah. Accordingly, all other voices will lead their victims blindfolded into perdition. Herein, track number 15 on page 35, it says, having now gone through these preliminaries, the student of advancing truth should be ready understandingly to study the revelation of the things which are to prepare the way and enable him wholeheartedly to know that now the time is at hand, that a knowledge of the revelation will enable him to stand in the great and dreadful day of the Lord. Track number 15, page 35. So if the knowledge in the book of Revelation is what makes you and I unable to survive the great and dreadful day of the Lord. Inescapably, therefore, such understanding must be bestowed by God prior to the commencement of the great and dreadful day of the Lord. If that is the only way by which we could be able to survive the great and dreadful day of the Lord. I remember the statement in answerer number 2, page 75, saying, these prophecies must therefore be revealed in order to strengthen the church in her final warfare. Otherwise, for what purpose were they written? Answerer number 2, page 75. Therefore, brothers and sisters, the entire book of Revelation, the focal point is the great and dreadful day of the Lord. And since the shepherd's rod made it so plain in General Conference Special on page 19, that no one can explain all the prophecies that pertain to the great and dreadful day of the Lord, except antitypical Elijah the Tishbite. Then logically he will be the only one by which could be able to explain the entire book of Revelation, by which the shepherd's rod plainly told us here in 2SR, page 9, saying the book of Revelation is said to be a closed book, full of symbolical mysteries, incomprehensible to human beings. This is true of all prophetic truths. The one who admits this fact of the book of Revelation automatically confesses that he does not understand the Bible, for all the books of Holy Writ meet and end in the Revelation. Therefore, to understand that book is to understand the Bible. So the entire book of Revelation, it is the revelation of the entire Bible, only to the portion which pertains to the plan of redemption. Here in 1 TG number 10, page 18, the Bible contains the complete plan of salvation for all humanity. How do I know this? I know it because its story begins with creation and ends with the earth made new. Between the first and the last pages of the Bible, then lies the complete formula for man's salvation and redemption. 1 TG, number 10, page 18. And the shepherd's rod plainly told us that through the sanctuary construction and service, 2SR 187, saying, in the sanctuary construction and service is revealed the plan of salvation. And then it says in the upper part, in order to make a proper application of the 7 seals, we must have a better understanding of the heavenly sanctuary, service, its origin, and the object of its existence as taught by the earthly sanctuary built by Moses. Hebrew chapter 8, verse 5. Therefore, we can easily understand, brothers and sisters, that the focal point of all the prophecies recorded in the Bible is pointing to the crucifixion and to Christ's mediatorial work in the heavenly sanctuary. The Bible, being 66 books, as we already stated before, that the time when God inspired Moses to write the first book of the Bible, the Genesis, at that time, Moses was 66 years old. No wonder why in 1SR 248, it says, the Bible is Moses. 1SR 248. The number of the Bible is 5. The Pentateuch is the 5 book of Moses. Brothers and sisters, how do we know that Moses was 66 years old when he wrote the Bible or the Genesis? Reading in the Great Controversy on page 7, introduction, the Great Controversy saying, during the first 2,500 years of human history, there was no written revelation. Those who had been taught of God communicated their knowledge to others, and it was handed down from father to son through successive generations. The preparation of the written word began in the time of Moses. Inspired revelations were then embodied in an inspired book. This work continued during the long period of 1600 years from Moses to the historian. It says, from Moses to the historian of creation and the law, to John, the recorder of the most sublime truths of the gospel. So, that is very plain, brothers and sisters. According to the voice of inspiration, that during the first 2,500 years, there was no written revelation. Now, let us make a little formula. Now, here in 1SR, I would like to read to you. 1SR page 100. Let's read. 1SR 114 and 115. It says, 1SR 114 and 115. The prophecy made to Abraham of 430 years ended at the time the children of Israel went out of Egypt, which is according to Bible chronology, King James Version, 1491 BC. So that is the statement, very plain. The children of Israel, they went out of Egypt according to the Bible chronology, King James Version, that was in 1491 BC. Now, I would like to read first this statement in the Old Symbolic Code. Let us read. Old Symbolic Code. 3 Symbolic Code, number 7, page 4. 3 Symbolic Code, number 7, page 4. Moreover, the King James Version is the one to be depended upon, for the other translations of the Scriptures were in some instances interpreted in the light of sectarian views, and thus, instead of being exact renderings of the Scriptures, they contain thoughts in favor of the translator's personal belief. 3 Symbolic Code, number 7, page 4. Here's another statement concerning the King James Version. 2SR, page 118. 2SR, page 118. The Scriptures are perfect in themselves. The King James Version is as dependable as any good translation. 2SR 118. The Scriptures are perfect in themselves. The King James Version is as dependable as any good translation. 2SR page 118. Now, according to the Shepherd's Rod, ancient Israel, they went out of Egypt in the year 1491 BC, according to the Bible chronology, King James Version. Now, let us read 1SR Pocket Edition on page 71. It says, Finally, Moses' arrival in Egypt and his success in freeing the Hebrew host and restoring order and religious liberty, it says in 2513 EM coincides with the arrival of the shepherd's rod in 1930 AD, and which is endeavored to effect revival and reformation and to free Israel of today. So, EM meaning years from creation. Let us read in page 70. Abraham's decision to serve the Lord in 2083 EM meaning years from creation. Anno Mundi. Therefore, it's easy now to find out. Now, let us add 1491 plus 2513 equals 4004 BC. Therefore, creation began in the year 4004 BC. Now, Sister White says in The Great Controversy, page 5, that from creation down to the time when Moses began to write the Bible, the Genesis, there were 2,500 years. Now, let us now subtract 4,004 minus 2,500 years. That is 1504 BC. Therefore, Moses wrote the Bible, the Genesis, in 1504 BC. Now, what is the age of Moses when he delivered Israel from Egyptian bondage? Let us read here in 1 TG 49, page 10. It says, 80 years later, Moses' religion led the whole Hebrew nation from the brickyards of Pharaoh to the Red Sea. The sea parted for their sake, and as soon as they passed through, it closed in on their taskmasters. What a deliverance! What a victory! So, here it says, 80 years later, meaning Moses at that time was 80 years old. Now, let us now find out what is the age of Moses when he wrote the Bible. So, 1491 plus 80. Therefore, Moses was born in 1571 BC. So, Moses was born in 1571 BC. Now, let us subtract 1571 minus 1504. So, that would be 67, but we know it must be 1570 minus 1504 because BC is in descending order. So, 1570 BC minus 1504, that was 66. So, Moses was 66 years old when he wrote the Bible to signify that the Bible is Moses. That is the only portion that we could explain, brothers and sisters. And the number of the Bible is 5, pointing also to the 5 books of Moses. Let me show to you the Pentateuch in our little diagram. Would you think that is just a mere happenstance that Genesis contained 50 chapters? that is representing Jubilee. And Exodus contain only 40 chapters, that is representing the number, or 40 Jubilees, or the number also which is very significant, number 40. The 40 days after Jesus Christ was resurrected, he stayed on earth. And Leviticus contained 27 chapters. That is pointing to the entire New Testament, 27 books. Because according to volume 6, 392, it says here in volume 6, page 392, this is the statement given by the spirit of prophecy. The gospel is given in precept in Leviticus. Volume 6, 392, the gospel is given in precept in Leviticus. Now, and we have Numbers 36 chapters and Deuteronomy 34 chapters, and you will add that is number 70. And number 70 is very significant, brothers and sisters. Now, look at, brothers and sisters, the time when Moses began to write the Bible, that is 1504 BC, and then the writer of the book of Revelation wrote that book in the island of Patmos in 96 AD. Now let us add 1504 plus 96, and you will have 1616 century, pointing to the call of Martin Luther in the 16th century. According to the Shepherd's Rod, brothers and sisters, the very first messenger that lift up the downtrodden truth of the Bible. I would like to read 1SR Packet Edition. Here in 1SR Packet Edition, page, let's read here. 1SR Packet Edition, page 81. It is widely understood that during the period from the canonizing of the New Testament scriptures to the call of Martin Luther, the truth was cast to the ground, Daniel 8 verse 12, and that it then began to be lifted first by the Lutherans, preaching the doctrine of faith, the beginning of the Reformation. So that is the time when the Bible had been lifted up. And in another statement, here in 2SR, page let's read the statement given here by the voice of inspiration. And 212. This present world, from creation to its end, or the beginning of the millennium, shall number 6,000 years. I would like to SR 212. It says here, that's the statement. This present world, from creation to its end, or the beginning of the millennium, shall number 6,000 years. The pale horse rider was to have power over a fourth part of the earth. We divide 6,000 into 4 equal parts, and we have 1,500 years. Therefore, the cruel and unjust persecution by Rome was to lose its power at the end of the 1,500 years, or the fourth part. That is exactly what happened. At that time, Martin Luther arose against the papacy and inflicted the deadly wound by the instrument of truth. The just shall live by faith. And as the result was that Protestantism came on the stage of action in opposition to the papacy. Up to the beginning of the 15th century, the papacy reigned supreme as a king of kings by the iron arm of the state in the garb of so-called spiritual authority. But at that time, her power was broken. 2SR page 212. And brothers and sisters, the Shepherd's Rod is telling us that it is not an accident, not just a mere happenstance. I would like to read this reading in 1SR page 233 and 234. It says, "Woe to him who may think all these wonderful designs in the beauty of perfection are just a chance or an accident. Such a one is denying the master mechanic of all creation. He is paying homage to evolution, meaning chance." So it is not just a chance, brothers and sisters. Here another statement that I would like to read in 2SR 253. 2SR page 253, saying, "It is certain that nothing could fit so perfectly by accident, but think of such marvelous foresight in devising a wonder of this kind, which could reveal by a living picture the future for thousands of years. Are not such evidences as this a token of love divine toward fallen beings? Gratitude swells from our hearts. Words fail us. We can only exclaim with the psalmist, 'Thy word is a lamp unto my feet, and a light unto my path. I have sworn, and I will perform it, that I will keep thy righteous judgments.'" Psalms 119, 105, and 106. And then it says, "It is not only wonderful to invent a lamp throwing out a light of such amazing candle power, but it is also astonishing how our God can cancel his marvels from the eyes of wise and prudent men. Then in his own time, he sets them upon high hills by which he is able to light the pathway of the searcher for truth, and by its glaring power blindfold the sight of the wicked. Therefore the people that doth not understand shall fall." Hosea 4 verse 14. "Light is sown for the righteous, and gladness for the upright in heart." Psalms 97 verse 11. So, we should give only glory to our Almighty God, brothers and sisters, because all these marvels is given by God for our own good, and we called it as infallible proofs, brothers and sisters, infallible proofs. I would like to read this reading in 1SR 223. It says, "It also enables us to check up on this most vital subject. God, who is so particular for the good of His church, to reveal His truth to His people, has worked out most wonderful pictures of historical events. The evidence of everlasting love for Israel, His chosen, the first fruits of His harvest, the God of Jacob, for thousands of years in advance, had laid His plans to present to His people an art of divine touch in a beauty of perfection. 1 SR page 223. And in 1 SR Pocket Edition, it says here on page 58, 1 SR Pocket Edition on page 58, let's read the statement. 56, rather. 1 SR Pocket Edition, page 56. Marvels of Typology. The eye focused to the light of heaven sees that Jehovah God, the super artist, has employed in the scriptures every method known to mankind by which to unfold the wondrous structure of redemption. And now, while leading His people to the kingdom eternal, He employs for light on their way even typology, the lives of men who have gone before and the experiences through which they have passed, and decrees that their defeats and victories should be the saints' stepping stones over every pitfall. 1 SR Pocket Edition, page 56. So God employed every method known to mankind to unfold the wondrous structure of redemption. 1 SR Pocket Edition on page 56. Page 56. So that is wonderful, brothers and sisters. Those statements that have been given unto us, those promises. And I remember the Bible says in, I think, 2 Peter, saying, exceeding great, and it says here, and 2 Peter chapter 1 verse 4, whereby are given unto us exceeding great and precious promises, that by this ye might be partakers of the divine nature, having escaped the corruptions that is in the world through lust. 2 Peter chapter 1 verse 4, whereby are given unto us exceeding great and precious promises, that by this ye might be partakers of the divine nature. What a wonderful promise, to be partakers of such divine nature, which is found only in Jesus Christ. Because Jesus Christ is the only one as the expressed image of the Heavenly Father. Brothers and sisters, now I would like to read Hebrews chapter 1 on, let me read to you, verse 3. Hebrews chapter 1 verse 3. Who being the brightness of His glory and the express image of His person. In the very beginning, it says, let us, this is the statement in Genesis chapter 1, verse 26, And it says, and God said, let us make man in our image, after our likeness, and let them have dominion over the fish of the sea, and over the fowl of the air, and over the cattle, and over all the earth, and over every creeping thing that creepeth upon the earth. But the absolute fact is that when Adam and Eve were fallen into sin, the image of God was gradually lost. For all have come short of the glory of God. For all have sinned and come short of the glory of God. According to Romans 3, verse 23. It says, for all have sinned and come short of the glory of God. All, without any exemption. And only through Jesus Christ, that the express image by which Adam and Eve were created had been revealed through the life of Jesus Christ on this earth. He lived for 33 years. Or in other words, 33 is half of the Bible. 66 divided by 2 equals 33. So 33 is half of the Bible. So the plan of redemption is revealed. Half of them was revealed in the life of Jesus Christ while Jesus Christ was still on the earth. But the half of such revelation of the plan of redemption was revealed in Christ's ministration in the heavenly sanctuary. And that is why here in the great controversy on page 488, so let us read again the statement. The great controversy, 488, the intercession of Christ in man's behalf in the sanctuary above is as essential to the plan of salvation as was his death upon the cross. By his death, he began that work which after his resurrection, he ascended to complete in heaven. So it must be completed in heaven. That before Jesus Christ died on the cross, he cried and declared, it is finished. And also, when Jesus Christ will cry in the heavenly sanctuary and then declared, it is finished. So it says here in the great controversy, 488, the intercession of Christ in man's behalf in the sanctuary above is as essential to the plan of salvation as was his death upon the cross. By his death, he began that work which after his resurrection, he ascended to complete in heaven. We must by faith enter within the veil, whether the forerunner is for us entered. Hebrews chapter 6, verse 20. There, the light from the cross of Calvary is reflected. There we may gain a clearer insight into the mysteries of redemption. The salvation of man is accomplished at an infinite expense to heaven. The sacrifice made is equal to the broadest demands of the broken law of God. Jesus has opened the way to the Father's throne, and through his mediation, the sincere desire of all who come to him in faith may be presented before God. The Great Controversy 488. And we know that is also the determined effort of the devil, according to the Great Controversy 518, saying, the great controversy between Christ and Satan that has been carried forward for nearly 6,000 years is soon to close. And the wicked one redoubles his efforts to defeat the work of Christ in man's behalf, and to fasten souls in his snares, to hold the people in darkness and impenitence till the Savior's mediation is ended, and there is no longer a sacrifice for sin, is the object which he seeks to accomplish. The Great Controversy, page 518. So, brothers and sisters, whatever subject that we are going to take, I think, the general theme is the plan of salvation. The plan of redemption. And according to our reading in one is our Pocket Edition, page 56, it says that it is God used all kinds of method to reveal the wondrous structure of the plan of redemption. I remember here in one is our Pocket Edition, page 37. Let's read this reading in one is our Pocket Edition, page 37. It says that the Bible reveals its tremendous truths in diverse ways. And the very first one that had been mentioned is in numerics. I think the 12 figurative months can be considered as numerics. And also figures, because that is figurative months. Now let us read again the statement. That the Bible reveals its tremendous truths in diverse ways, in numerics, in symbols, and figures. So, also belong to figures because that is figurative months, not literal. In parables and allegories, in dreams and visions, in types and providences. So, it says, the Bible reveals its tremendous truths in diverse ways. Number 1, numerics. Number 2, symbols. Number 3, figures. Number 4, parables. Number 5, allegories. Number 6, dreams. Number 7, visions. Number 8, types. And number 9, providences. In one is our Pocket Edition, page 37. In track number 12, it says, on page 6, the world's history in prophecy is recorded first in literal terms, second in parabolical terms, third in typical terms, and fourth in pictorial terms. So there are 4 that had been mentioned here: literal, parabolical, typical, and pictorial terms. But accordingly, brothers and sisters, the Bible as a whole is self-defining. Let us read again that statement in track number 5, page 36, saying, just as the alphabet lends itself to the fabrication of words, phrases, and sentences into a predetermined pattern of thought, sustained and coherent, likewise the Bible, when made holy, self-defining, marvelously builds its richly varied materials by types, symbols, parables, allegories, numerics, and etc. into a towering revelation, foreordained or perfectly coordinated life-saving truth. Accordingly, as every letter in the Bible, every word and every phrase of a sentence has its appointed part to play in giving coherent expression to the thought intended. Just so has every scripture its appointed part in unfolding Bible truths. When each is carefully joined in its right relation in the picture of revealed truth, one leading on to and illuminating another, the great overall design stands out in all the solemn majesty of its mountainous finality and grandeur. Track number 5 on page 36. Now, let us focus to our subject, brothers and sisters. The 12 figurative months. And it is one of, for me, controversial and very complicated, but very interesting subject. The 12 figurative months. Now, I would like to read track number 5 on page 74. So let's read track number 5. I think I would like to begin on track number 5, page 73 and page 74. And it is concerning Revelation chapter 9, verses 5 and 6. So let us read Revelation chapter 9, verse 5 and 6, as quoted here in track number 5, page 73. And to them it was given that they should not kill them, but that they should be tormented 5 months. And in those days shall men seek death, and shall not find it, and shall desire to die, and death shall flee from them. Now let us read the Bible itself. Revelation chapter 9, verse 5 and verse 6. And to them it was given that they should not kill them, but that they should be tormented 5 months. And their torment was as the torment of a scorpion when he striketh a man. And in those days shall men seek death, and shall not find it, and shall desire to die, and death shall flee from them. Revelation 9, verse 5 and verse 6. Before explaining this wonderful subject, brothers and sisters, I would like to read first track number 5, page 73, and then page 74. Seeing that the locusts are symbolical of the followers of Christ after the crucifixion, and that they were commanded not to resist their enemies. The 5 months, therefore, began at that time. And seeing furthermore that death does not as yet flee any man, but still reigns over all, the 5 months are in consequence figurative time, and extend from the crucifixion to a time when death shall flee from some men, that is, to the time when some will be made invulnerable to death. Now, let us now concentrate on the subject, brothers and sisters. First, let us always remember that according to Answerer number 2, page 80, I would like to read every Christian, but I would like to use Davidian. Every Christian Davidian should remember that as the truth is ever advancing, it will not be found today where it was yesterday. And that therefore, Christ's followers must advance with it. They will not follow the example of the Jews and the Romans. Now, I would like to apply the word yesterday, 1930 to 1955. And the word today, year 2020. It will not be found today in year 2020 where it was yesterday in 1930 to 1955. B.T. Hotep made it so plain, brothers and sisters, that to boast or to be so proud to say to the people that our doctrine never been changed, never been added, never been discarded. That whatever had been taught in 1930 to 1955, we still teach nothing been changed. Here in 1 TJ 51, page 9, this is how it has been all through the centuries. This is why not one of the churches has climbed any higher than the founders left them. I love so much B.T. Hotep, as well as Sister White, as well as all the writers of the Bible. But our love toward God must be greater. God is the author of all the truths. All of them are only God's pen men. Brothers and sisters. For example, here in the history, in the great controversy, on page 170, it says, the great controversy, page 170. The work of reform is often retarded because of this spirit indulged by its supporters. From this danger, God would guard the cause of the Reformation. He desired that the work to receive not the impress of men, but that of God. The eyes of men had been turned to Luther as the expounder of the truth. He was removed, that all eyes might be directed to the eternal author of truth. Here in the great controversy, 291 and 292, it says, for my part, I cannot sufficiently bewail the condition of the Reformed churches who are come to a period of religion or period in religion and will go at present no further than the instruments of their reformation. The Lutherans cannot be drawn to go beyond what Luther saw. And the Calvinists, you see, stick fast where they were left by that great man of God, who yet saw not all things. This is a misery much to be lamented. For though they were burning and shining lights in their time, yet they penetrated not into the whole counsel of God. But were they now living, would be as willing to embrace further light as that which they first received. Now, let us go back to 1TG, number 51, on page 9. This is how it has been all through the centuries. He says, this is why not one of the churches has climbed any higher than the founders left them. And this is why Christians, rather than growing into the unity of the faith, are with its passing day becoming more and more disunited in faith and hostile to each other's faith. To boast, therefore, that one's denomination has never added a doctrine or laid off one is to admit that his church is at a standstill, virtually saying we are rich and increased with goods and have need of nothing, when in fact they are wretched, miserable, poor, blind, and naked, but know it not. In page 13 it says, 1TG 51, page 13, religion, brother, sister, is not something dead and waning. It is something living and growing. And God's people grow with it. And now, in closing, I wish to leave this question for you to ponder and to answer to yourself. Is this experience the experience of progressing with truth your experience? If it is not, then why not? Yes, why? Is it not worth everything? Money, houses, lands, friends, mothers, fathers, husbands, or wives? Is it not worth all this in order to double them? See Isaiah 61, verse 6 and 7, and Mark 10, verse 28 to verse 31. So now, I would like to read to you, for example, this reading in the old symbolic code. Here in old symbolic code, and here the prophet is, let's read one symbolic code, number 5, page 5 and 6. One symbolic code, number 5, page 5 and 6. And I would like to read the last part. If one should insist that the word former must apply only to the time of the apostles, and the word latter to something in the future, then such a position is not only contrary to the scriptures, but denies the fact of the spirit of prophecy. Moreover, Jewish prophecy refers directly to our time and not to the early Christian church. Saith the prophet, he will cause to come down for you the rain, the former rain and the latter rain in the first month. Joel 2 verse 23. If the former rain is not the spur prophecy at the present time, and the latter rain the shepherd's rod, then how can it be possible that both former and latter fall at the same time, seeing that the apostolic experience of almost 2,000 years ago does not profit us at all? Would you think this statement cannot be applied if I will say, moreover, the prophecy in Revelation refers directly to our time and not to the early Christian church? Now, for example, this reading in track number 2 on page 12. Track number 2, page 12. Never has this symbolical prophecy been understood by any people. Never could it have been fulfilled and not been revealed. For then, would its truth have been unavailable to the people in the past, and but half efficacious to us now? Necessarily then its fulfillment is yet future, sometime in the latter part of the Christian era. This statement is even more definitely applied to the book of Revelation because 96 AD backward, it was not available to the people, seeing that at that time the book of Revelation was not yet written. So the early Christian church cannot be benefited by the book of Revelation because in their lifetime, it was not yet in existence. When John the Revelator began to write the book of Revelation in the island of Patmos, he is the only one remaining apostle that still lives. All of them were already dead in 96 AD. And not only that, the shepherd's rod made it so plain. In 2SR 191, it says, therefore, the word hereafter in chapter 4, verse 1, means from the time of the vision pointing forward to 1844. 2SR page 191. Now, let us go back to our reading in track number 5, page 73. So the pronoun them, in reality, it cannot be applied as the perfect fulfillment to the apostles. Because the statement to them, it was given that they should not kill them, but they should be tormented 5 months. Brothers and sisters, the apostles has no knowledge in the book of Revelation. To repeat again, because the book of Revelation at that time were not yet in existence. That is only applied incidentally. So let us go back again to track number 5, page 32. The statements which must shortly come to pass, Revelation 1 verse 1, and I will show thee things which must be hereafter. Revelation 4 verse 1, go to say that the revelation is given with the one particular object in view of showing the things lying not behind but ahead of John's time, with reference being made only incidentally to the past, in order to lay the necessary foundation upon which to build the future. So the statement says, with the one particular object in view, track number 5, page 32, the entire book of Revelation were written with the one particular object in view. And for sure, the one particular object in view is the great and dreadful day of the Lord. The period in the judgment that pertains to the living. So the application that made in the past, it is only the groundwork employed by the scriptures. Here in page 33, in tract number 5, it says, so, though all such prophecies necessarily bring to our attention things which took place centuries ago, yet they are designed, like the revelation, to show to God's people things which must shortly come to pass. Fulfilled prophecies are seen, therefore, to be employed by the scriptures only as groundwork for that part of prophecy which is yet to be fulfilled. Track number 5, page 32, 33, and page 34. So, to repeat again, brothers and sisters, there must be particular object in view. Now, for example, what is our stance concerning the subject of the 7 trumpets? Is it symbolical? Literal? Every Davidian will answer, that is symbolical. In track number 5, page 26, it says, symbolical or literal? Which? The subject, the 12 months, it is not literal. It is figurative. It is symbolical. There are 2 terms used by the shepherd's rod. Symbolical months, and sometimes it is called figurative months. Now let us read track number 5, page 26. Symbolical or literal, which? Only when this question is rightly answered will we have the key, the correct interpretation, to unlock this great symbolical treasure house of truth. And then in page 41, it says, page 41, for if every term is not symbolical, how shall we differentiate those which are from those which are not? And how shall we know by which to define the truth? I would like to read again, page 41. For if every term is not symbolical, how shall we differentiate those which are from those which are not? And how shall we know by which to define the truth? God is not the author of confusion. 1 Corinthians 14:33. And because of that, if the prophecy is symbolical, every term must be symbolical. Now, I would like to read 2TG number 14 on page 15. 2TG number 14, page 15. It says, thus it is that chapters 8 and 9 brings us to the close of provision. Chapters 10 and 11 consequently sandwiched in chapters 8 and 9. We make a simple illustration to understand how chapter 10 and 11 being sandwiched on chapter 8 and chapter 9. And it can be easily understood. It must be sandwiched with the last verse of chapter 8 and the first verse of Revelation chapter 9. Sandwich. Revelation 8 verse 13. Sandwich Revelation 10 and 11 with Revelation 8:13 and Revelation 9 verse 1. So we need to study closely the entire chapter of chapter 10 and chapter 11. And let us distinctly separate the groundwork and the particular object in view. Whether you believe it or not, all the messages or whatever understanding that was given by God to Beti-Hotep, all of them is pertaining only to the groundwork. But the particular object in view, it was not revealed to him. Although it was written by him, the particular object in view. Because I do fully believe, brothers and sisters, that statement in answerer number 5, page 55, saying, the Bible and the books of the Spirit of prophecy being the sole source of the shepherd's rod message. Brothers and sisters, Revelation 8:13. So, that is the statement in 2TG 14:15. That Revelation 10 verse 1 to 11 and Revelation 11 verse 1 to 19 is sandwiched between Revelation 8:13 and Revelation 9 verse 1. Now let us read answerer number 5, page 55. The Bible and the books of the Spirit of prophecy being the sole source of the shepherd's rod message. Therefore, when the rod is taught, the Bible and the Spirit of prophecy are taught. So there is no other inspired books that explain the entire Bible, the shepherd's rod. Brothers and sisters, you don't need any sources by which it is called outside sources. In track number 3, it says here, track number 3, page 94, in order consequently to maintain the false idea resulting from his parent point of view, he is led to resort to outside sources, to one commentator or the other. Track number 3, page 94. So, the outside sources must be those writings which is not inspired by the Spirit of God. The writings of Alonzo Jones and Wagoner is a part of this revelation because Sister White and B.T. Hotep, both of them, called the 1888 message the most precious message. 2SR 277, Testimonies to Ministers, page 91. Brother Hotep also says that William Miller is God-inspired servant. The only mistake that made by Miller is his expectation that Jesus Christ will come on this earth on October 22, 1844 as the second visible coming of Jesus Christ. But our main source of all this revelation is the Shepherd's Rod publications. And that statement in track number 4, saying in page 52, with the abundance of evidence herein made available to all, no one need remain in ignorance of the source through which the Lord reveals himself, if it will but investigate personally. Track number 4, page 52. With the abundance of evidence herein made available to all, no one need remain in ignorance of the source through which the Lord reveals himself, if each will but investigate personally. The evidence is in abundance. But the only thing that we don't believe is that not all that B.T. Hotep had written that he had been able to understand. The situation is the same with Daniel and John the Revelator. Daniel is the author of that book, Daniel. John the Revelator, he is the author of that book, or he is the writer. But both themselves, as well as Sister White and B.T. Hotep, the statement in the Great Controversy 344 saying, even the prophets who had been favored by God with a special illumination of the Spirit did not fully comprehend the true import or the meaning of those things that they had written. And the prophet herself says that mysteries into which angels desire to look, prophets and kings desire to understand. Brothers and sisters, but such privilege was not given to them. It says, mysteries into which angels desire to look, which prophets and kings and righteous men desire to understand, the remnant church will carry in messages from God to the world. The prophets prophesied of these things, and they long to understand that which they foretold, but to them this privilege was not given. They long to see what we see, and to hear what we hear, but they could not. Volume 6, page 19, and page 20. And that's why, here in Answerer number 1, page 49, I do fully believe that it says, and the light may come solely from within the message itself. But I would like to elaborate more by saying, and the light or the present truth under the seventh seal may come solely from within the Shepherd's Rod publication itself. The evidences is found in these books. Although, brothers and sisters, That statement in volume 8, I would like to read Testimonies for the Church. Volume 8, on page, I think 200. Volume 8, page 298. It says here, perilous times are before us. Everyone who has a knowledge of the truth should awake and place himself, body, soul, and spirit, under the discipline of God. The enemy is on our track. We must be wide awake, on our guard against him. We must put on the whole armor of God. We must follow the directions given through the spirit of prophecy. We must love and obey the truth for this time. This will save us from accepting strong delusions. God has spoken to us through His Word. He has spoken to us through the testimonies to the church and through the books that have helped to make plain our present duty and the position that we should now occupy. The warnings that had been given line upon line, precept upon precept, should be heeded. If we disregard them, what excuse can we offer? So the statement, and through the books that have helped to make plain our present duty and the position that we should now occupy. Because we stand for that declaration in 2SR page 194, saying, unless the meaning of every symbol is fittingly explained so that it cannot be contradicted, and a present truth lesson with spatial significance derived, the interpretation cannot be dependable and there can be no truth in it. God does not make vain repetitions, neither would He waste the time of His servants to write them. Therefore, every little symbol has its meaning and reveals a great truth. For example, brothers and sisters, if the shepherd's rod, as well as Sister White says that the message that had been given in 1888 is the most precious message, then God would not waste the time of His servants, Alonzo Jones and Wagoner. Within 2 years, from 1888 to 1890, they were writing many messages, precious messages, under the inspiration of the Holy Spirit. Then, if those messages has no connection at all to the plan of redemption, then why God waste the time of His servants to write those messages? And also with William Miller, if you fully believe that William Miller is a messenger of God, he is a prophet of God, then his writings, there must be a definite value that play important role in the plan of redemption. But as I've said, although majority of our evidences is found in the shepherd's rod, but we never reject and set aside or taken for granted those messages that had been written by those inspired servants of God. Alonzo Jones, Wagoner, Sister White, as well as William Miller. Brothers and sisters, and we already explained that Revelation 1 verse 1 is in itself denoting completeness. For in that verse, Revelation 1 verse 1, there are 7 messengers. Revelation 1 verse 1. The revelation of Jesus Christ, which God gave unto him, to show unto his servants things which must shortly come to pass, and he sent and signified it by his angel unto his servant John. So the servants mentioned here is the 5 servants of God: William Miller, Sister White, Alonzo Jones, Wagoner, and B.T. Hunter. Plus John the Beloved, and then plus the last antitypical John the Beloved. The spirit that inspired John the Beloved must be transmitted to that servant. Because according to 2TG number 44, it says here, 2TG number 44, page 31, the statement says, and though John wrote them, and though John wrote the book of Revelation, he himself could not before time explain them. Then how can we do such before time and without the inspiration of the same Spirit who indicted them? So that is very plain. John the Beloved had not been able to explain the vision that was shown by God to him. And the voice of inspiration says, no one could explain it without the same Spirit that inspired John the Beloved. The Spirit that indicted such revelation. Now, for example, I would like to read to you here in 2SR. Here in 2SR, on page 121. At 2SR page 121, it says, and there came one of the 7 angels which had the 7 vials, and talked with me, saying unto me, come hither, I will show unto thee the judgment of the great whore that sitteth upon many waters. Verse 1. The angel that was talking to John is one of the 7 which had the 7 vials of the 7 last plagues. It will be noticed that he had the vial of the plague ready, but it had not been poured out. At that time, he said to John, come hither, I will show unto thee the judgment of the great whore. By the information given, it is certain that the event predicted by the symbol, the woman sitting on the beast, is shortly before the plagues are poured out and in the time when the woman is to be judged. Although this is not my subject, because it's a part of the beast and its image. But I would like to emphasize the statement, it will be noticed that he had the vial of the plague ready, but it had not been poured out. At that time, he said to John, come hither. Is it 96 AD? So are we saying that in 96 AD, the 7 angels, they had already the 7 vials? Now let us study closely, since the shepherd says, see Revelation 15 verse 7. So let us read Revelation 15 verse 7, because that is the admonition. See Revelation 15 verse 7. Now let us read. Revelation 15 verse 7. It says,
And one of the four beasts gave unto the seven angels 7 golden vials full of the wrath of God, who liveth forever and ever. Now, ponder deeply, brothers and sisters. But to understand verse 7, let us read verse 6. And the 7 angels came out of the temple, having the 7 plagues, clothed in pure and white linen, and having their breasts girded with golden girdles. Revelation 15, verse 6 and 7. Now the Bible is very plain that the 7 angels obtained the 7 vials of the 7 last plagues after they came out in the temple. Are we saying that there are already persons in the temple of God in 96 AD? It is contradictory to the Bible and to the shepherd's rod. Now, let us read tract number 5, pages 116 and 117. Let us read. Tract number 5, 116 and 117. Let us read a statement. It says, consequently, the fulfillment of the prophetic statement, the temple of God was open in heaven, and there was seen in his temple the ark of his testament. Revelation 11, verse 19. Well, just as it was in the beginning of the judgment, be realized after the judgment is finished. That is, after the close of provision, when the door of the temple is opened. And after the judicial tribunal leaves the temple, one of the four beasts will give unto the 7 angels 7 golden vials full of the wrath of God. Revelation 15, verse 7. And the temple will be filled with smoke from the glory of God and from his power, and no man will be able to enter into the temple till the 7 plagues of the 7 angels are fulfilled. Revelation 15, verse 8. Tract number 5, 116 and 117. It is little bit deeper. But first, the statement is very plain. I would like to read again. It says, and after the judicial tribunal leaves the temple, one of the four beasts will give unto the 7 angels 7 golden vials full of the wrath of God. So the question, when does the 7 angels receive the golden vials? After they leave the temple. That is very plain also in the Bible, in Revelation 15, verse 6 and 7. Explained by the shepherd's rod, after they leave the temple. And that is the time when the four beasts, brothers and sisters, give unto the 7 angels the 7 golden vials full of the wrath of God, indicating that the four beasts leave the temple first before the 7 angels leave the temple. Because the statement, and after the judicial tribunal leaves the temple, so At the time that they were no longer in the temple, one of the four beasts will give unto the seven angels 7 golden vials full of the wrath of God. If the four beasts is within the temple, and then after the 7 angels leave the temple, that is the time that they will give the, one of the four beasts will give the 7 vials. How could they give it when they are within the temple and the 7 angels already leave the temple? The temple mentioned here is the most holy place. Now, let us connect Bible commentary, because it is concerning Revelation 11 verse 19. The quotation here is Revelation 11 verse 19. Now, I would like first to read the Bible commentary. For BC, 11:38 and 11:39. Chapter 6, Isaiah chapter 6. And it says, Isaiah's experience represents last day church. So, Isaiah experience represents last day church. And the quotation here is Revelation 11:19. First of all, I would like to read first track number 1. Here on page 8. Track number 1, page 8. Since the throne seen by Isaiah was a train written new, and since as it entered into the temple, the posts of the door moved at the voice of him that cried, and the house was filled with smoke. Isaiah 6, verse 1 and verse 4. It therefore is a traveling throne, whereas both the one of Revelation 4, having the sea of glass before it, and the one of Revelation 22, having the river of life before it, are stationary thrones. Though the one which Ezekiel saw is similar to the one which Isaiah was shown, yet they are distinct and separate thrones. For each of the seraphims of Isaiah's vision has 6 wings, while each of the cherubims of Ezekiel's vision has but 4. In the latter, moreover, the cherubim stood under the throne, whereas in the former, they stood above it. On record, therefore, are 4 thrones, 2 stationary and 2 traveling. Or called, there are 2 traveling thrones and there are 2 stationary thrones. So the traveling thrones is Isaiah 6 and Ezekiel 1. And it is not the same. The traveling throne in Isaiah 6 and the traveling throne in Ezekiel 1. The traveling throne in Isaiah 6, they are the seraphims. The traveling throne in Ezekiel 1, they are the cherubims. Now let us read 4 BC 11:38 and 11:39. It is the traveling throne in Isaiah chapter 6. Now let us read the statement. Isaiah's experience represents last day church. And then the quotation is Revelation 11 verse 19. The prophet attached Revelation 11 verse 19. But for sure, the vision here in 4 BC 11:38 and 11:39 is provisionary time. It is provisionary time. Brothers and sisters, the shepherd's rod made it so plain. If you still remember in 2 TG 14:15, there is a clause of provision in chapter 8. There is a clause of provision in chapter 9. And Revelation 10 and 11 is sandwiched between these two clause of provisions. Now let us read 4 BC 11:3-9. It says, the vision given to Isaiah represents the condition of God's people in the last days. Who are they? God's people mentioned here. The answer is found in 1 TG number 27. Now let us read. 1 TG number 27, page 8. Let's read 1 TG number 27, page 8. Since this message announces that the great and dreadful day of the Lord is at hand, that the judgment for the living is about to begin, and since Isaiah the prophet was given a vision of the Lord's moving into his temple for this judicial work, the prophet experiences while he was yet in vision must therefore represent the experience of God's servants who are to announce the day of the Lord. His experience and commission must be our experience and commission. Now, 100%, it could not be the Seventh-day Adventist Church because it points out to the people who will announce the great and dreadful day of the Lord. 1 TG 27, page 8. The Seventh-day Adventist Church never announced the great and dreadful day of the Lord. Because the great and dreadful day of the Lord, the message of the great and dreadful day of the Lord is the Shepherd's Rod publications. And they don't believe the Shepherd's Rod. And B.T. Hodem says in General Conference Special on page 39, it says, the judgment for the dead, furthermore, is not the message of the great and dreadful day. It does not even touch on the prophecies of the great and dreadful day of the Lord. General Conference Special, page 39. So the message of the writings of Sister White pertaining to the judgment that pertains to the dead do not even touch the message of the great and dreadful day of the Lord. Now, the Shepherd's Rod made it so plain in 1 TG 27, page 8, that I think that statement is applied only to the penitent, the repentant sinner. That the experience of Isaiah must be their experience, not to the impenitent. What is the experience of Isaiah then? Now, let us read the statement here in 4 BC so that we could understand. Isaiah had denounced the sin of others, but now he see himself exposed to the same condemnation he had pronounced upon them. So that is the experience of Isaiah. He is crying, denouncing the sins of other people. But the time came that he discovered, according to this reading, that he himself is also exposed to the same condemnation he had pronounced upon them. Now, let us read the portion saying, Isaiah had a wonderful view of God's glory. He saw the manifestation of God's power, and after beholding His majesty, a message came to him to go and to do certain work. He felt wholly unworthy for the work. What made him esteem himself unworthy? Did he think himself unworthy before he had view of God's glory? No. He imagined himself in a righteous state before God. But when the glory of the Lord of hosts was revealed to him, when he beheld the inexpressible majesty of God, he said, I am done, because I am a man of unclean lips, and I dwell in the midst of a people of unclean lips. For mine eyes have seen the King, the Lord of hosts. So that is very plain. And that should be our experience. Me, myself, we began sighing and crying. Brothers and sisters, even in 1987, go to the church denouncing the abominations. But at the time when God opened our eyes and understanding concerning the proceedings in the heavenly sanctuary, we are now in the very time by which we are now looking for our own self. The same with Isaiah. He stopped crying, denouncing the sins of other people. He focused to himself and waited. That event by which it says, then flew one of the seraphim unto me, having a living coal in his hands, which he had taken with the tongs from off the altar, and he said, and laid it upon my mouth, and said, Lo, this hath touched thy lips, and thine iniquity is taken away, and thy sin purged. This is the work that as individual we need to have done for us. We want the living coal from off the altar placed upon our lips. We want to hear the word spoken, thine iniquity is taken away, and thy sin purged. The living coal, brothers and sisters, according to the shepherd's rod, is absolute purification. Brethren, the Bible, the spirit of prophecy, the shepherd's rod can never be mistaken. We should sit down now, meditate, and ask yourself, does the experience of Isaiah will be my experience? That there was a time that he continually crying, denouncing the sins of the house of Israel. That's what he did. And that should be our experience. But the time came when God showed him in a vision concerning the proceedings in the heavenly sanctuary. Although we know that in the days of Isaiah, it was not a reality, but just a vision. Because it is an illustration to the particular object in view. The 144,000 living saints, or to the first of the first fruits. That at the time that you will learn concerning the proceedings in the heavenly sanctuary, you will stop crying to the Mother Church, Seventh-day Adventist, but rather, you will begin sighing to your own soul, to your own life. The same with Isaiah. It says, I would like to read again, in 4 BC 11:39, Isaiah had denounced the sin of others, but now he sees himself exposed to the same condemnation he had pronounced upon them. Think it thoroughly, brothers and sisters. He had been satisfied with a cold, lifeless ceremony of his worship of God. He had not known this until the vision was given him of the Lord. How little now appeared his wisdom and talents as he looked upon the sacredness and majesty of the sanctuary. How unworthy he was, how unfitted for sacred service. His view of himself might be expressed in the language of the Apostle Paul, O wretched man that I am, who shall deliver me from the body of this death? That should be the experience of the repentant sinner, the penitent sinners. And illustrated in the vision of Isaiah, according to 2TG, number 5, it says, 2TG number 5, page 10, here is shown that the eyes of the penitent are to be opened. They are to see themselves as God sees them, and confess that they have heretofore failed in their efforts, that they have travailed, have been in vain, but have brought forth only wind, as it were, while the impenitent think that they themselves are rich and increased with goods, are doing a great deed, and are in need of nothing. 2TG number 5, page 10. When does we begin sigh and cry? Some may be already in 1980s. How many years from now? 2020. If it is in 1980, it is already 40 years. That the 144,000 been disclosed to you? We have done nothing in reality. Brothers and sisters. Well, the statement in 2TG, I think 1TG, number 10, it says here, in 1TG number 10, on page 21, these special incidences make crystal clear that no matter how hard men may try to bring about revival and reformation among God's people, the Davidian, they try hard, very hard, how to sigh and cry, or to proclaim message. In reality, the word sigh cannot be applied to other people. Sigh is applied only to your own self. Before you can cry to other people, you need to sigh first. And it says here, brothers and sisters, that no matter how hard men may try to bring about revival and reformation among God's people, their efforts are doomed to failure even before they start. Can you imagine? Even before we start, if God does not Himself, through His prophet, take charge of the work. 1TG number 10, page 21. In page 20, it says, 1TG number 10, page 20, sacred history proves that nothing has ever prospered in God's work without the living spirit of prophecy in its midst. Sacred history proves that nothing has ever prospered in God's work without the living spirit of prophecy in its midst. And in 1TG number 10, page 27, it says, it is therefore useless to agitate revival and reformations while one knows not what and how actually to revive or to reform. It is commendable to hold up the standard. If you will hold up the standard of health reform, dress reform, Sabbath reform, that is commendable. But it certainly is not in God's order for one to work up something and to call it revival and reformation. Because God never learns revival and reformation without a prophet among them. What a foolishness to say revival and reformation if there is no prophet among us. Brothers and sisters, the statement in 1SR Packet Edition on page 77, it says here, as a general of armies sets his face against an enemy nation with intent to conquer it, so is antitypical Ezekiel commanded to undertake this urgent revival and reformation among God's people. The divine commission, the divine command was given by God to antitypical Ezekiel to undertake this urgent revival and reformation among God's people. And in 1 TG 22, page 30, it says, aside from Ezekiel, God's mouthpiece, God delegates no other to be a watchman of the people. 1 TG 22:30. Aside from Ezekiel, God's mouthpiece, God delegates no other to be a watchman of the people. I remember that statement in 1 TG 24. On page 19, it says, let's read the statement. Although it is more dealing, the book of Nahum pertaining to World War II. But let's read the statement. 1 TG 24:19. Most important of all, though the prophet Nahum plainly tells that all these things take place in our day, and that the fall of Assyria takes place while God's people are turning to Him, while revival and reformation are successfully carried by Him. Whether you believe it or not, the pronoun Him mentioned in that reading must be God's servant, the prophet. While revival and reformation are successfully carried by Him, who publisheth peace. If we therefore fail to take hold of the message, and if we fail to reform as it recommends, then it is not possible to survive the day of the Lord. In 1 TG number 10, page 27, it says, in conclusion, let us summarize the two main points which our study of the afternoon has definitely made clear to us. Number one, that a work and a movement similar to those of Zechariah's day is successfully to bring revival and reformation among God's people of today, that those who expect the promised blessings must wholeheartedly enter into it. Second, that without the living spirit of prophecy in our midst, there can be no success in any revival and reformation, and that the sooner we know it, the quicker we shall achieve our goal. What do you understand the statement given by the shepherd's rod that it is useless. It is useless to sigh and cry in the mother church without the prophet among us. What do you understand? The word useless. It is a waste of time, waste of energy, waste of money. Everything is wasted. I remember the statement in 1 TG number 14. On page 17, it says, this is the statement. I would like to read. The strength of the people will continue to be wasted. 1 TG 14:17. The strength of the people will continue to be wasted, just as was the strength of both the builders of the bridge and the builders of the tower. Yes, just as certainly as night follows day, just that certain will their efforts come to naught, and their shame be uncovered, that we cannot be led into all truth without the gift of the spirit of prophecy. 1 TG number 14, page 17. That we cannot be led into all truth without the gift of the spirit of prophecy. Apology. But I do fully believe that this statement in track number 6 can be applied also to the Berean, saying that track number 6, page 12, Satan is leading these quasi-Christian legions to parade as fools before the world, so that through their unconscious folly, he may cast reproach upon Christ, and at the same time may make the world believe that the Father has not sent the Son. Unless these disunited ranks awake to their plight, Satan will shortly plunge them headlong into eternal destruction. This everlasting tragedy would be chargeable only to their despising the gift of the spirit of prophecy, the eyes of the church, 1 Samuel 9 verse 9, Isaiah 29 verse 10, which alone can see to draw them into a state of oneness, of unbreakable unity. Would you think that statement cannot be applied to the Berean? They were parading as fools before the Adventist world, trying to convert while they themselves are disunited. Different groups, quarreling, bickering, hostile against each other faith. Unless we will be awakened with such deplorable condition, Satan will plunge us headlong into eternal destruction. And the root cause, according to that reading, is their despising the gift of the spirit of prophecy, which alone can see them to draw into a state of oneness, of unbreakable unity. And they are trying to evade the truth, by which in reality could not benefit them at all, by saying the spirit of prophecy, the gift of the spirit of prophecy are the writings of the Shepherd's Rod publications. Look at what foolishness. If the gift of the spirit of prophecy are the writings of the Shepherd's Rod publications, why is it that you are divided? You have the Shepherd's Rod publications. Is the Shepherd's Rod telling a lie? That the gift of the spirit of prophecy will see them to draw into a state of oneness, unbreakable unity? And how could it be that in early writings, page 100, I think 133, it says that when Malachi died, the gift of the spirit of prophecy disappeared. Are you saying that the writings of the Old Testament disappeared? It says, 133 in early writings, the gift of prophecy was manifested in the church during the Jewish dispensation. If it disappeared for a few centuries, 300 years it was disappeared. On account of the corrupt state of the church toward the close of that dispensation, it reappeared at its close to usher in the Messiah. If the gift of prophecy is the writings of the Old Testament scriptures, are we saying that 300 years it was disappeared and then after the 300 years it was reappeared again? How inconsistent we are, brothers and sisters. Now let us go back in 4 BC, 1139. To repeat again, according to 1 TG 27:8, the people mentioned here, they are the people who will proclaim the great and dreadful day of the Lord. The people who will announce the great and dreadful day of the Lord, which cannot be applied to the Seventh-day Adventist Church. It is applied only to the Shepherd's Rod believers. And the Bible, the Spirit of prophecy, is telling us the whole truth. All of us denounce the sins of Israel. The same with Isaiah. But according to this reading, at the time when we viewed the sanctuary, the heavenly sanctuary, the same with Isaiah, he stopped denouncing the sins of other people. But rather, he focused to himself. He began to sigh. And he discovered that he is unworthy. And he did not begin to cry to other people, not until the angel touched his lips with a living coal. By which in the Shepherd's Rod it says, I would like to read in track number 1, track number 1 on page 39. It says, the scattering of the coals of fire over the city represents absolute purification of the heart. Gospel Workers, page 23. Effected by the outpouring of the Holy Spirit upon those who receive the mark, those who escape the slaughter. Track number 1, page 39. And that is why I quote that occurrence in John chapter 8 in the days of Jesus Christ. And let us apply that the woman mentioned here is the Seventh-day Adventist Church. Because it is undeniable fact that all of us will say that the Seventh-day Adventist Church is a harlot. Now let us read John chapter 8, verses 1. Let us read up to verse 11. Jesus went unto the Mount of Olives, and early in the morning he came again into the temple, and all the people came unto him, and he sat down and taught them. And the scribes and Pharisees brought unto him a woman taken in adultery. And when they had set her in the midst, they say unto him, Master, this woman was taken in adultery, in the very act. In the very act. Now Moses in the law commanded us that such should be stoned. What sayest thou? This they said, tempting him that they might have to accuse him. But Jesus stooped down and with his finger wrote on the ground, as though he heard them not. So when they continued asking him, he lifted up himself and said unto them, He that is without sin among you, let him first cast out a stone at her. Cast a stone at her. And again he stooped down and wrote on the ground. And they which heard it, being convicted by their own conscience, went out one by one, beginning at the eldest, even unto the last. And Jesus was left alone, and the woman standing in the midst. When Jesus had lifted up himself and saw none but the woman, he said unto her, Woman, where are those thine accusers? Hath no man condemned thee? She said, No man, Lord. And Jesus said unto her, Neither do I condemn thee. Go and sin no more. John chapter 8, verses 1 to 11. Now let us grant that the woman mentioned here is the Seventh-day Adventist Church. And caught in the very act that she committed adultery. Now this is the answer given by Jesus Christ. He that is without sin among you, let him first cast a stone at her. John chapter 8, verse 7. But the same with Isaiah. I would like to read again. For BC 11:39. Isaiah had denounced the sin of others, but now he sees himself exposed to the same condemnation he had pronounced upon them. He had been satisfied with a cold, lifeless ceremony in his worship of God. What is a lifeless ceremony? That is a non-progressive. Brothers and sisters, if the Seventh-day Adventist Church did not progress in truth, how about us, the Berean? Did we progress in truth? What we teach in 1980, it was repeated again and again and again and again. There is no progress of truth among the Bidya at all. Brothers and sisters, and they were so proud, boasting that the doctrines that they teach never been added and never been discarded. And then it says, he had not known this until the vision was given him of the Lord. How little now appeared his wisdom and talents as he looked upon the sacredness and majesty of the sanctuary. Do we have complete revelation concerning the sanctuary? In 1 TJ 51, pages 5 and 6, it says, if the church is not commensurably growing and expanding, then how can she be a living church? And how can she keep up with the signs of the times and with the progress in the sanctuary above? 1 TJ 51, page 5 and 6. That's why I always quote that statement, to awaken our senses, brothers and sisters. The prophet declared in 1 SM 122, saying, 1 SM 122, are we awake to the work that is going on in the heavenly sanctuary? So that is the question here. 1 SM 122. Are we awake, brothers and sisters, to the work that is going on in the heavenly sanctuary? Are we awake for that? But the vision is making formality. Can you imagine, brothers and sisters? Every year there is DLI, and sometimes the students in DLI is the same students every year. That is lifeless ceremony, brothers and sisters. It says here in 4 BC 11:39, the vision given to Isaiah represents the condition of God's people in the last days. They are privileged to see by faith the work that is going forward in the heavenly sanctuary. And then it says, and the temple of God was open in heaven, and there was seen in his temple the ark of his testament. As they look by faith into the Holy of Holies and see the work of Christ in the heavenly sanctuary, they perceive that they are a people of unclean lips, a people whose lips have been opened, spoken vanity, and whose talents have not been sanctified and employed to the glory of God. Will make they despair as they contrast their own weakness and unworthiness with the purity and loveliness in the glorious character of Christ. But if they, like Isaiah, will receive the impression the Lord design shall be made upon the heart, if they will humble their souls before God, there is hope for them. So only those who will accept and humble themselves before God, that there is hope for them. The bow of promise is above the throne, and the work done for Isaiah will be performed in them. God will respond to the petitions coming from the contrite heart. 4 BC 11:39. It could not be in 1844 because in 1844, that is Revelation 4 verse 1, not Revelation 11:19. Revelation 11:19 is pointing to the judgment that pertains to the living. Why? Because Revelation 11:19 is the seventh trumpet. And the respective seal of the seventh trumpet must be the seventh seal. So, they must be the people, brothers and sisters, in the seventh step, in the seventh seal, and in the seventh trumpet. Let's read 1 SR, page 127. It says, it could be explained that this brings us to the opening of the seventh seal of Revelation 8 verse 1, the church on the seventh step, under the seventh seal, and in the seventh trumpet. So the church on the seventh step, the church under the seventh seal, and the church in the seventh trumpet. Now, let us go back to our main subject. And it is concerning the 12 figurative months. But, brothers and sisters, I would like to remind again that the entire description of the seven trumpets is a symbolical prophecy. It is a symbolical prophecy. Every term must be symbolical. And to repeat again, to all my fellow Shepherd's Rod believers, Read your Bible in Revelation 8, verse 13. Because we want to have a definite understanding how does Revelation 10 and Revelation 11 being sandwiched with Revelation 8:13 and Revelation 9 verse 1. According to 2TG 14:15. Now let's read again. 2TG 14:15. It says here, 2TG number 14, page 15. Thus it is that chapters 8 and 9 brings us to the close of provision. So, let us now distinctly separate the close of provision on chapter 8 and the close of provision on chapter 9, by which chapter 10 and 11 is sandwich of chapter 8 and 9. 2TG 14:15. Logically, it must be pertaining to the last verse of chapter 8 and the first verse of chapter 9. Now let us read first Revelation 8 verse 13, the last verse of chapter 8. It says, "And I beheld and heard an angel flying through the midst of heaven, saying with a loud voice, Woe, woe, woe to the inhabitants of the earth, by reason of the other voices of the trumpet, of the three angels which are yet to sound." Now think it thoroughly, brothers and sisters. Would you think the statement flying in the midst of heaven is not the same in Revelation 14, verse 6 to 12? Flying in the midst of heaven? I would like to read to us this divine principle. 2SR page 154, saying, "If Daniel means year by time and a half year by dividing of time in the 25th verse of the same chapter, then he must mean the same in the 12th verse. If the interpretation holds good in one verse, it must be in the other." I would like to apply that statement. If the interpretation in Revelation 14, verses 6 to 12, flying in the midst of heaven, is indicating that the message is proclaimed through the air, through internet, then it must be the same with here in Revelation 8 verse 13, because it is not literal angel that is flying. For example, in tract Testimonies Volume 5, 206. Testimonies Volume 5, page 206, it says, let us read the statement. Testimonies for the Church, Volume 5, page 206. The third angel of Revelation 14 is represented as flying swiftly through the midst of heaven, crying, "Here are they that keep the commandments of God and the faith of Jesus." Here is shown the nature of the work of the people of God. They have a message of so great importance that they are represented as flying in the presentation of it to the world. They are holding in their hands the bread of life for a famishing world. The love of Christ constraineth them. This is the last message. There are no more to follow, no more invitations of mercy to be given after this message shall have done its work. What a trust! What a responsibility is resting upon all to carry the words of gracious invitation. And the Spirit and the bride say, Come. And let him that heareth say, Come. And let him that is athirst come. And whosoever will, let him take the water of life freely. Volume 5, page 206 and 207. Now the statement, Revelation 8, verse 13, And behold, and heard an angel flying through the midst of heaven, saying with a loud voice. What does it mean by loud voice? In spore prophecy, it is called loud cry. Loud voice meaning clear message. And what is the message that had been proclaimed? It says, Woe, woe, woe to the inhabitants of the earth. Now, if the trumpet study is a symbolical prophecy, then the earth mentioned here could not be literal. Because the statement in tract number 5, page 41, every term must be symbolical. So the earth mentioned here must be the symbolical earth. It cannot be applied in the days of the apostles or during the dark ages, because the symbolical earth, there was no inhabitants at that time. It is called unoccupied. Or in other words, brothers and sisters, the message concerning Revelation 8 verse 13 is addressed to the symbolical earth. Now, for example, here in Revelation 12, verse 12, let us read. Therefore rejoice, ye heavens, and ye that dwell in them. Woe to the inhabitants of the earth and of the sea. For the devil is come down unto you, having great wrath, because he knoweth that he hath but a short time. For sure, the earth and the sea mentioned here could not be literal. Because if the earth is literal, then the sea must also literal. Think it thoroughly, brothers and sisters. What is the representation of the sea? There are two. First, Palestine, and second, Europe. Right? Let's read tract number 5. It says here, in tract number 5 on page 45. After the mountain was a fire, it was cast into the sea. The sea, the storehouse of the waters, represents the original abode of peoples and multitudes and nations and tongues. Revelation 17:15. Hence, while it stands for the world as a whole, the place wherein the nations' waters reside, it definitely localizes the place wherein the church mountain appears. This is borne out by the prophet's words, Sing unto the Lord a new song, and his praise from the end of the world. Ye that go down to the sea, where the world originated, Palestine, and all that is therein. Isaiah 42, page 10. And for sure, that is the time by which Satan is stationed in Palestine. waiting the birth of Jesus Christ at His first advent. That is represented by the sea. And then during the Dark Ages, the sea represents the old world, the continent of Europe, because he went down there, the dragon went on that place because he is looking the woman that had been miraculously hidden. According to track number 15, it says here on page 85 and page 86, unquestionably, therefore, the wilderness where the woman was nourished for the time being is the land of the Gentiles, and the woman's having to flee from the face of the serpent in her homeland shows that the dragon had made the Holy Land his headquarters. Not satisfied with this, though he even followed her into the wilderness. Track number 15, page 85 and page 86. So that is the occurrence. Woe to the inhabitants of the earth and of the sea. But how about the inhabitants of the earth? He says, woe to them. Brothers and sisters, if you will look at Micah chapter 7, the same. It says here in Micah chapter 7, reading 1 TG, number 28. Let us read. On the threshold of a new world in the sight of the old. I would like to try to explain it, brothers and sisters, if possible, in the most simplest way. We need to understand how God works. For example, the sea. There are two representations of the sea. First, Palestine, and then the continent of Europe. Brothers and sisters. Or ancient world and modern world. The dividing line is the cross. The modern world is divided into two localities, sea and earth, but in two sections. First, Palestine, and then continent of Europe. The new world itself is divided into two. Now, I would like to read to you here in 1 TG 28, page 13. On the threshold of a new world in the sight of the old. But the old world mentioned here is still earth. The old world, which is the earth, and the new world, which is still the earth. And it can be explained in Isaiah 66. Isaiah 66, it seems, The Bible itself. Because the Bible contains 66 books. The same with Revelation 6 verse 6. It is the Bible itself. Right? The same with the age of Moses, 66 years old. And before explaining this portion in 1 TG 28:13, saying, on the threshold of a new world, in the sight of the old. Now, I would like to read first this reading in 2SR 229. Let's read 2SR 229. Let me read to you. 2SR page 229. It says here, to SR page 229. The 11th hour call. The 11th hour call is the last on record, and only an hour before sunset millennium. The time for its deliverance to the world is shorter than any universal message ever given. Though the time is the shortest, its area over the earth's surface is more extensive than any. Its speedy delivery is of the highest importance, for by it shall the world be judged. God's servants shall have no time or desire for the cares of this world, for there is a city prepared for them whose builder and maker is God. As we have just enough time to get ready for translation, we must not let the enemy steal our precious moments. The main subject is the 144 or the 11th hour servants, the saints that will no longer to taste death. And the admonition says that if we really understand the time in which we are living in, we have no time or whatever desire for the cares of this world. For there is a city prepared for us, whose builder and maker is God. 100%. That is not heaven. That is not the New Jerusalem. Brothers and sisters, I would like to read to you again concerning Genesis 3 verse 15. Let us read 1SR Pocket Edition. Uh, 1SR Pocket Edition on page 58. It says here, at the outset of this typology, it is seen that the woman, Eve, who through her own seed, the living church, is to browse the serpent's head, Genesis 3:15, typifies the church preceding the Hebrew dispensation. So what is such priesthood before the Hebrew dispensation? That is the Melchizedek priesthood. So that is represented by the living church. Now let us read 1SR 229 and 230. 1 SR 229 and 230. The first main section in the chart entitled Melchizedek, we have reserved for explanation until now. Note the following two main sections entitled Agar and Sarah are the sections of church history with earthly parentage. The first being after the flesh and the second after the spirit. Therefore, Agar and Sarah are fitting symbols for these two main sections with Abraham as the father. These two sections, Agar and Sarah, are unlike the first Melchizedek, king of Salem, which has none of these symbolical terms. It is a section of church history without earthly symbolical parentage. In order to meet the divine standard of perfection, both in symbols as well as in figures, for the entire history of God's church, He must provide a fitting symbol for this particular section as He had provided for the two succeeding sections. Whatever that symbol is, it must be the kind to indicate church history without earthly parentage. 1 SR 229 and 230. So what does it mean? That there must be a fulfillment of that event represented by the living church, the 11th hour servants, by which the symbolization is the Melchizedek priesthood without earthly parentage. According to the Bible, according to the shepherd's rod. Brothers and sisters, and that is the new world represented by the earth. If the first symbolization of the earth is being unoccupied, let us read the statement here in the Great Controversy. It says here, the Great Controversy, 440. But the beast with lamb-like horns was seen coming up out of the earth. Instead of overthrowing other powers to establish itself, the nations thus represented must arise in territory previously unoccupied and grow up gradually and peacefully. It could not then arise among the crowded and struggling nationalities of the old world, that turbulent sea of peoples and multitudes and nations and tongues. It must be sought in the Western continent. What nation of the New World was in 1798 rising into power, giving promise of strength and greatness and attracting the attention of the world? The application of the symbols admits of no question. One nation and only one meets the specification of this prophecy. It points unmistakably to the United States of America. That is the old earth in the new world. Because it is called New World. Brothers and sisters, the old world in the modern world is represented by the sea, divided into two, Palestine and Europe. The new world is represented by the earth, divided into two. The old earth and the new earth. Not the new earth after the millennium because that is the antitype. The old earth in the new world, the description given by the Great Controversy 440 is unoccupied, but for sure, there is a parental origin of that new world. And we know that the native in the United States of America, they are the Indians, American Indians. But, brothers and sisters, the statement that there must be a church history, that church history must be during provisionary time, represented by Melchizedek, but with no parental or symbolization. So I would like to emphasize in this study, brothers and sisters, that according to 1SR, I would like to read to you. Here in 1SR, uh, 165, the ingathering from the Gentiles worship in the new earth. Isaiah 66. Are we saying that there is still ingathering from the Gentiles, the new earth after 1,000 years? No, there will be no more ingathering. But that is the antitype. Now, I would like to read, brothers and sisters, here in 1SR page 165. Isaiah 66 verse 1. Thus saith the Lord, the heaven is my throne, and the earth is my footstool. Where is the house that ye build unto me? And where is the place of my rest? Can we give absolute answer? Where is the place of my rest? Do you remember in Isaiah 62? Saying, I will not rest. I would like to read first that statement in 1SR 154 and 155. It says, the holy people, the Lord's redeemed. Isaiah 62. 154 in 1SR. In volume 3, page 65, of Isaiah the Gospel Prophet, we read, I will not rest. God is speaking. He has determined that the righteousness of His people shall become evident, and He will not rest until it is accomplished. The words indicate not only determination, but also there has been delay, that now the crisis has come, and that God is tremendously in earnest to see the work finished. God intends to exhibit His people to the world. He wants to demonstrate what can be done in human flesh. And He will not rest satisfied until His people reflect His image fully. When that is done, the earth will be lightened with the glory of God. Revelation 18 verse 1. Now let us read again. 1SR 165. Thus saith the Lord, the heaven is my throne, and the earth is my footstool. Where is the house that ye build unto me? And where is the place of my rest? The house mentioned here is a spiritual house. As in Ephesians 2 verse 20 to 22, of which Solomon's temple was assembled. I remember that statement in volume 9. Let me read to you. Volume 9, page 180. It says here, volume 9, page 180. Testimonies for the church. It says, the Jewish temple was built of hewn stones quarried out of the mountains, and every stone was fitted for its place in the temple, hewed, polished, and tested before it was brought to Jerusalem. And when all were brought to the ground, the building went together without the sound of axe or hammer. This building represents God's spiritual temple. Volume 9, page 180. The same with the statement. A spiritual house. Then it says, going back to 1 SR 165, the following quotation is found in Prophets and Kings, pages 35-36. It says, thus as the building on Mount Moriah was noiselessly upreared with stone made ready before it was brought thither, so that there was neither hammer nor axe nor any tool of iron heard in the house, while it was in building, the beautiful fittings were perfected according to the patterns committed by David to his son. Now let us read 173. 1 SR page 173. It says, but in the last days it shall come to pass that the mountain of the house of the Lord, it is entitled, what is the meaning of the 4th chapter of Micah? And it is section number 7, indicating completeness, right? But in the last days it shall come to pass that the mountain of the house of the Lord shall be established in the top of the mountains, and it shall be exalted above the hills, and people shall flow unto it. Micah 4 verse 1. The scripture is unmistakably clear that it was intended for the last days, for it reads, but in the last days it shall come to pass. It is also positive that this scripture would be fulfilled, for it says, it shall come to pass. It is an accepted fact that nearly all Bible students agree that the mountain spoken of in this chapter is a symbol of God's church, God's denomination, of which the temple built on Mount Moriah was a type. So the mountain recorded in Micah chapter 4, verse 1, brothers and sisters, is typifying the temple that was built on Mount Moriah. But the mountain in Isaiah chapter 2 is typifying the temple that was built on Mount Zion. What is Mount Moriah? Sanctuary grounds. What is Mount Zion? Palace grounds. Now let us read tract number 8. Page 5. Page 5 and 6. The 7 lamps, verse 5, being part of the sanctuary fixtures, gives conclusive evidence that the heavenly throne scene occurs in the sanctuary, whereas the subsequent Zion scene takes place upon Mount Zion, the king earthly palace grounds, not upon Mount Moriah, the sanctuary grounds, where it would necessarily have to take place, where it to denote that the event occurs in the sanctuary. These scenes, therefore, are of two different events in two different locations, the sitting of the throne in heaven and the standing of the redeemed with the Lamb on earth, while the activities embraced in the throne scene are still in progress. Now, let us ponder deeply, brothers and sisters. The Shepherd's Rod says, two different events and two different locations. Mount Moriah and Mount Zion, different places, therefore different events, different locations. Now, here in 2SR, let me read to you. In 2SR page 264. 2SR page 264, it says, "Sing and rejoice, O daughter of Zion, for lo, I come and I will dwell in the midst of thee, saith the Lord, and many nations shall be joined to the Lord in that day, and shall be my people, and I will dwell in the midst of thee." Now, I would like to use the statement given by the Shepherd's Rod in White House Recruiter, page 22 rather. White House Recruiter, page 22. Now, let us read. "Mark the word many. It never means all, and never means every." Mark the word many. It never means all, and never means every. That is very plain, brothers and sisters. The Shepherd's Rod very plain that the word many never means all, never means every, according to the voice of inspiration. But let us read Isaiah 2 verse 1 and 2. "The word that Isaiah the son of Amos saw concerning Judah and Jerusalem, and it shall come to pass in the last days that the mountain of the Lord's house shall be established in the top of the mountains, and shall be exalted above the hills, and all nations shall flow unto it. And many people shall go and say, Come ye, and let us go up to the mountain of the Lord, to the house of the God of Jacob. And he will teach us his ways, and we will walk in his paths. For out of Zion shall go forth the law and the word of the Lord from Jerusalem." Isaiah 2 verses 1, 2, and 3. Now the promise here in Zechariah 2 verse 10 and 11 is the same with Micah chapter 4. "Many nations shall flow unto it." And the Shepherd's Rod says the word many never means all. And the Shepherd's Rod says Mount Moriah and Mount Zion, two different locations, two different events. Now let us read again. 2SR page 264. It says, "Sing and rejoice, O daughter of Zion, for lo, I come and I dwell in the midst of thee, saith the Lord. And many nations shall be joined to the Lord in that day, and shall be my people, and I will dwell in the midst of thee." Zechariah 2 verse 10 and 11. "Yea, many people and strong nations shall come to seek the Lord of hosts in Jerusalem, the church without reference to location, and to pray before the Lord." Chapter 8 verse 22. In Zechariah chapter 8 verse 22. The church without reference to location. Zechariah 2 verse 10 and 11. What does it mean? The church without reference to location. Now let us go back again to 1SR. So I would like to read in page 230 because we already read here. It says, these two sections, Agar and Sarah, are unlike the first, Melchizedek, king of Salem, which has none of these symbolical terms. It is a section of church history without earthly symbolical parentage. Brothers and sisters, Mount Zion, there is a symbolical parentage. It could not represent Melchizedek. So the shepherd's rod is plainly teaching us, brothers and sisters, that this predicted event concerning Isaiah 66, represented by antitypical Mount Moriah, sanctuary grounds, not Mount Zion, palace grounds, but at the same time is telling you and I that this must be the fulfillment of the living church represented by the priesthood prior to the Hebrew dispensation. 1SR Pocket Edition, page 58, representing Melchizedek priesthood without symbolical parentage, meaning that is the place by which no human being been there ever before, except, brothers and sisters, the 144,000 living saints. It could not be Mount Zion because we know that God will cleanse that land, and those who occupy Mount Zion, they will be driven out in that place with the power of God. There is symbolical parentage. There is origin. The statement, Melchizedek, it is without any origin. That is Melchizedek. So, there must be a prophecy by which the history of the church, that God would bring His people to a place by which, brothers and sisters, that place, there is no earthly origin. From the time when God created the earth, nobody been there. Because it was preserved by God that only the 144,000 living saints would arrive on that place. Many nations. No earthly, symbolical parentage. Now let us go back to our subject, brothers and sisters, concerning Micah chapter 7. TG 28. And I know it is not known to the Bedean, although it is in the Bible, although it is in the shepherd's rod. But the Bedean have no knowledge at all concerning Mount Moriah. Brothers and sisters, the statement in Bible commentary, let me read to you. Bible commentary. I think that is, let's read in Bible commentary. It says here, 4 BC 11:43. It is concerning Isaiah 26, verse 20. So I would like to read. They are the protection of Christ and holy angels. So it says, they are the protection of Christ and holy angels. The people of God are not at this time all in one place. They are in different companies and in all parts of the earth. And they will be tried singly, not in groups. Everyone must stand the test for himself. So, the voice of inspiration is plainly telling that the people of God, when Isaiah 26 verse 20 will be fulfilled, are not all in one place. But for sure, there is a people of God in one place, but not all. Let me read to you 2TG, number 5. I think 2TG number 5. It says, pages 10 and 11. Come, my people, enter thou into thy chambers, and shut thy doors about thee. Hide thyself as it were for a little moment, until the indignation be overpassed. Page 11. This plea shows that we are approaching the time of trouble. So, this predicted event, God's people are not yet in the time of trouble. They are still approaching. And that God is anxious to have us under cover. The wise will hear him and will accept the chambers, the protection he provides for them. You remember our reading in 4 BC 11:43? They are the protection of Christ. The wise will hear him and will accept the chambers, the protection he provides for them. I remember in 2SR 159, it says, those who are without God's protection will find no safety in any place or position. 2SR 159. Those who are without God's protection will find no safety in any place or position. I would like to read 11 symbolic code, number 7, page 12. It says, God's indignation is coming upon the earth, and God's people are invited to take shelter somewhere. These verses place the fulfillment of this prophecy in the time of the end of the world, when God will punish the wicked and raise the righteous. 11 symbolic code, number 7, page 12. Although the statement, raise the righteous, we will study that on another angle, brothers and sisters. Now here in 1TG number 28, page 13, let us go back again. It says, on the threshold of a new world in the sight of the old. Now, let us read the statement. This afternoon, we are to study the 7th chapter of Micah. This chapter brings to our attention 3 divisions of time, in which 3 different conditions obtain on the earth. The earth mentioned here could not be literal earth. It is pointing to the symbolical earth. The same with the symbolical sea. Brothers and sisters. And it says, the first condition is recorded in the first 4 verses. So Micah 7, 1, 2, 3, and 4, that is the first condition. The second condition is found in verses 5 to 14. So Micah 7, verse 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, that is the second condition. And the third is found in verse 15, down to the end of the chapter. I think that is up to chapter 20. From verse 15 to verse 20. Right? So that is how had been subdivided Micah chapter 7. Brothers and sisters. Now let us read. Now let us begin our study with verse 1. Who is me? Would you think it is not connected with our subject in Daniel 8 verse 13? Saying, woe to the inhabitants of the earth. Now let us go back to Revelation 8:13. And I beheld and heard an angel flying through the midst of heaven, saying with a loud voice, woe to the inhabitants of the earth, by reason of the other voices of the trumpet of the three angels which are yet to sound. Now, for sure, verse 1, it points out to the righteous by which they accept the message that had been proclaimed by that angel recorded in Revelation 8 verse 13. Because he or she himself acknowledged the who. It says here, who is me? For I am as when they have gathered the summer fruits, as the grape gleanings of the vintage. There is no cluster to it. My soul desired the first ripe fruit. Something is likened to a vintage after its fruit is gathered in. What is it? We will find the answer by reading verses 2 to verse 6. The good man is perished out of the earth, and there is none upright among men. They all lie in wait for blood. They hunt every man his brother with a net, that they may do evil with both hands earnestly. The prince asketh, and the judge asketh for a reward, and the great man, he uttereth his mischievous desire, so they wrap it up. The best of them is as briar. The most upright is sharper than a thorn hedge. The day of thy watchman and the visitation cometh. Now shall be their perplexity. Trust ye not in a friend. Put ye not confidence in a guide. Keep the doors of thy mouth from hell that lieth in thy bosom. But in reality, verse 6 had not been included. It says here, we will find the answer by reading verses 2 to 6. But it is only up to verse 5. Look at, brothers and sisters, there is no verse 6 in 1 TJ 28, verse 13 and 14. Does the shepherd's rod was mistaken? Or there must be an absolute significance? Saying verse 2 to 6, but when the shepherd's rod quoted, only up to verse 5. Only verse 2 to 5. Now let us read the commentary given by the shepherd's rod. 1 TJ 28, page 14. The righteous had been taken out of the world, and the wicked alone left in it. its condition is depicted by a vintage that has been robbed of its fruit and left in a state of loneliness and fear because of total wickedness. You see, brothers and sisters, the wicked alone left. What period of time? If that is during 1,000 years, it could not be referred to human being because all human being, wicked human being at that time were all dead. So the only wicked that left on the earth is Satan and all the fallen angels. But that is not the prophecy. That is why the earth mentioned there could not be the literal earth. It must be the symbolical earth. What does it mean that all the righteous had been taken out and the wicked alone left in it? And it says its condition is depicted by a vintage that has been robbed of its fruit and left in a state of loneliness and fear because of total wickedness. This shifting takes place in the day God visits his watchmen. That is in the judgment day, the day he separates the wheat from the tares, the good fish from the bad fish, the sheep from the goats. Brothers and sisters, that is second section of separation because it is the righteous that had been taken out. That is very plain. Now, let us read 1 TG number 5, page 8. That is the same with this statement. 1 TG number 5, page 8. It says, for over a century, we as Seventh-day Adventists have been preaching the work of the judgment for the dead, and should now with ease see that when the judgment for the living begins, it is to separate the saints from the sinners, the wheat from the tares, the good fish from the bad fish, the sheep from the goats, the wise virgins from the foolish ones. So that is the righteous that had been taken out when the judgment for the living begins. In 1 TG number 48, page 20, it says, saint and sinner during the judgment for the living will no longer be commingled. Saint and sinner during the judgment for the living will no longer be commingled. Now, I would like to read 2 TG 43, 11, and 12. 2 TG number 43, pages 11 and page 12. It says, moreover, since the announcement of the separation of the saints from the sinners originate with the 11th hour servants, and since they are to cry aloud and say, awake, awake, put on thy strength, O Zion, put on thy beautiful garments of Jerusalem, the holy city, for henceforth they shall no more come unto thee, the uncircumcised and the unclean. 2 TG 43, page 11, the announcement of the separation of the saints. Why is it that it is announcement? Because God is a God of freedom. According to the voice of inspiration, here in track number 8, page 21, it says, those who give implicit heed to the call shall have an irresistible desire to come fully into line and to have the Lord separate them from sin and sinners. They alone shall receive the seal of God, and as the first fruits of the kingdom, 144,000 strong stand with the Lamb on Mount Zion. The statement, to have the Lord separate them, can be easily understood. They permitted the wish of God, that God wants them to separate from sin and sinners. Here in Old Symbolic Code, let us read again. Old Symbolic Code, to Symbolic Code number 1, page 6. To Symbolic Code number 1, page 6. It says, the above quotation, it is concerning volume 5, page 505. In reality, it's concerning when God is about to smite the firstborn sons in Egypt. Brothers and sisters, we need to understand now who are they, the spiritual Egypt. Now, let us read to Symbolic Code number 1, page 6. The angel is to place a mark upon the forehead of all who are separated from sin and sinners, and the destroying angel will follow to slay utterly both old and young. It says the above quotation needs no interpretation, as thus early writings, page 71. It is definite that before God's people receive the seal, they must separate themselves from sin and sinners. That is very plain. To Symbolic Code 1, page 6. Before they could receive the seal of the living God, they must separate from sin and sinners. Look at the statement in 1 TG number 8. Brothers and sisters, on page 24, it says, the Laodicean, the seventh, is the last that is commingled with hypocrites, saints, and sinners. I would like to read again. 1 TG number 8, page 24. The Laodicean, the seventh, is the last that is commingled with hypocrites, saints, and sinners. Now, brothers and sisters, I would like to read track number 15. On page 61. It says, seeing that the 144,000, the servants of God, are not as yet sealed, not yet enclosed, protected, guarded, and ready to take their stand with the Lamb on Mount Zion, but rather are still commingled with the tares, the angels are commanded to forestall the clash. Hold the four winds, because the 144,000 are not yet sealed, because they are still commingled with the tares. Before they could receive the seal, they need to separate themselves from among the tares. Who are they, the tares? The dragon's blood. Let us read. Answerer number 2, page 47. Flood and tares are figurative equivalents. And who are they, the dragon's blood? 2 TG 24, page 24. It says, finally, what could be the dragon's blood that proceeds out of his mouth, if not dragon-prompted interpreters of the scriptures, through whom he expects to cause the church to be carried away? Truly, the self-appointed prophets in Israel of today are more in number than were the prophets in Elijah's day. Here is a fact which only deep and blind persons would try to deny. No, I am not taking pleasure in unveiling this truth. I do it only because I must. God wants His people to have the truth, and so I have no alternative but to tell it. This flood against which the ever-living church is struggling to make headway is, we are told, to be swallowed by the earth. It is to be done away with as were the self-appointed prophets in Moses' day, namely Korah, Dathan, and Abiram, princes of the assembly, famous in the congregation, men of renown. Number 16, verse 2. This and all their followers and sympathizers perished. The earth opened her mouth and swallowed them up, and their houses and all the men that appertain unto Korah, all their goods. Number 16, page 32. But before the earth opened her mouth, God declared, Number 16, let us read again, Number 16 on verse 21 and verse 26. Separate yourselves from among this congregation, that I may consume them in a moment. Verse 26, and he spake unto the congregation, saying, Depart, I pray you, from the tents of these wicked men, and touch nothing of theirs, lest ye be consumed in all their sins. Who are they that had been perished, according to 2 TJ 24:24? All their followers and sympathizers. 2 TJ 24 and 25. So we should not sympathize unfollowed. We need to depart ourselves, all of the uninspired leadership. Brothers and sisters, before the earth will open her mouth. What is the second condition of the earth? Micah 7 verse 5. What is Micah 7 verse 5? Now let us read the shepherd's rod. To repeat again, the earth mentioned there is the symbolical earth. And that verse 1 to 4, is pointing to the time when God gradually laid down to sleep God's inspired servant in the United States of America. And that is why there's a statement in volume 1, page 122. I would like to read. The old standard bearers knew what it was to wrestle with God in prayer and to enjoy the outpouring of His Spirit. But these are passing off from the stage of action. And who are coming up to fill their places? How is it with the rising generations? Are they converted to God? Are we to awake to the work that is going on in the heavenly sanctuary? Or are we waiting for some compelling power to come upon the church before we shall arouse? Are we hoping to see the whole church revived? That time will never come. That is very plain. And all of them, one by one, laid down to sleep. Now let us read 1 SR 219-220. To the prophet Isaiah, this great apostasy, fostered by blind spiritual guides, was revealed, which he describes in the following scriptures. And he saw that there was no man, and wondered that there was no intercessor. Therefore his arm brought salvation unto him, and his righteousness it sustained him. Isaiah 59:16. And I looked, and there was none to help, and I wondered that there was none to uphold. Therefore mine own arm brought salvation unto me, and my fury it upheld me. Isaiah 63 verse 5. Micah, looking forward to this wholesale deception, says, Trust ye not in a friend, put ye not confidence in a guide. Micah 7 verse 5. What is Micah 7 verse 5? It is a warning. That is a wholesale deception. Maybe we understand what is wholesale deception. Wholesale. Without any exemption. That is wholesale. Now, both Isaiah and Micah has the same prophecy. There was no man. Isaiah 59:16. Now, in the book of Isaiah 59, Sister White says in volume 1, 355, points out to the United States of America. Volume 1, 355 and 356. I was pointed that Isaiah 58, Isaiah 59, and Jeremiah 14 is pointing to our nation, United States of America. Do you believe that testimony? What is Isaiah 58? That is the house of Jacob. Brothers and sisters, what is house of Jacob? Now let us read 1 TG. 1 TG number 5. On page 9 and page 10. The house of Jacob, to which God is here speaking, is again identified by the fact that it dwells in a land that is full of silver, full of gold, and of chariots, that there is no end to the number of them. Since there is no land in all God's world that is as rich with silver, gold, and motor vehicular traffic as is this land of the United States of America, very obviously, America, the land where the headquarters of the gospel is the land to which God refers. 1 TG 5, page 9 and 10. And you know what? The most important to them is the headquarters, not the present truth. And that is a wholesale deception. The same with ancient Israel. They were satisfied as long as the temple is there, the sanctuary is there, they were well satisfied. Brothers and sisters, and very sad to imagine. And to repeat again, one of the description of the wholesale deception in 2SR is also found in Isaiah chapter 4. Let us read here in 2SR page 98. It says, the name of blasphemy, and upon his heads the name of blasphemy. 2SR page 98. That is resistance of known truth, expression of defiant, impiety, and irreverence towards God, or things held sacred, mocking God's personality and authority. The prophet Isaiah, looking forward to this time of wholesale deception, headed by so-called spiritual guides, says. So Isaiah 4 verse 1 is a wholesale deception. What is Isaiah 4 verse 1? That is the judgment that pertains to the living. Right, brothers and sisters? Here in 1 TG, number 30, on page 17, it says, 1 TG number 30, page 17, 7 women take hold of 1 man. 1 TG number 30, page 17. The first thing we need to know is the time indicated by the term in that day. The antecedent of the words that day is found in verses 13 and 14 of the preceding chapters, of which the 4th chapter is a continuation. These verses point out that that day is the judgment day, the day in which the sanctuary, the church, is cleansed, the harvest day. That is the judgment for the living. And it is wholesale deception. What does it mean? It says, brothers and sisters, let us read. Isaiah says, 2SR page 98. Isaiah says, there are 7 women. The number comprises these same churches. They say, we will eat our own bread. That is, they want to have their own way. They care not for God's way. We will wear our own apparel. That is, they want their own plans in preference to God's plans or His righteousness. Thereby, they clothe themselves with self-righteousness. Their aim is to be called by the one man's name. That is, by the name of Christ. Christian, to take away their reproach. It cannot be understood that this group of people, their name are Christians. No. What does it mean? Can be easily understood that the wholesale deception is that people, they trust only by the name, not by the present truth, the bread of life. As long as the same with Sunday keepers, that they call their groups Church of God, it is enough for them. And they were satisfied. Oh, our movement is found in the Bible. There are many verses in the Bible, Church of God. And then other says, oh, our movement is found in the Bible, Church of Christ. Plenty of proofs to prove that our movement is the true movement of God, Church of Christ. Others says, oh, Church of the Holy Spirit. But it is in even more deeper in the Davidian. Because, brothers and sisters, to repeat again, when they see in the shepherd's rod, oh, Bashan is a good name, then they call their group Bashan. So our group is a true movement because it is found in the shepherd's rod, Bashan. And others say, oh, Gilead. It is a good name, Gilead. We will call our group Mount Carmel. Brothers and sisters, name is worthless. I remember the statement in Desire of Ages. Let me read to you. Desire of Ages, page, I think, 101. It says here, the voice of inspiration says that name is worthless. Let me see. What is it? 101. And it is not by name that the tree could be determined. I find out Desire of Ages, page 107. So let us read the statement. It says, and now also, said the prophet, the axe is laid unto the root of the trees. Therefore every tree which bringeth not forth good fruit is hewn down and cast into the fire, not by its name, but by its fruit. Is the value of a tree determined? Now, if I will connect to SR, how the tree could be determined. To SR page 198. To SR page 198, it says here, our attitude towards present truth would either make a tree good and his fruit good, or else make the tree corrupt and his fruit corrupt. For the tree is known by his fruit. What does it mean by fruit? Result. For example, when the tree still seed and then began to grow, of course, it takes period of time. And then, that tree can be determined if that tree is planted by God. When God will send present truth, if that tree will not accept the present truth, surely that tree is not planted by God. And the message is that according to 2SR, page 124, I would like to read. It says, knowest thou that the Pharisees were offended after they heard this saying? So-called Christians, like the Pharisees, become offended when told of their errors and rebuked for their sins. But he answered and said, every plant which my heavenly Father hath not planted shall be rooted up. Let them alone. They be blind leaders of the blind. And if the blind lead the blind, both shall fall into the ditch. Matthew 15:12-14. So it says here in Desire of Ages 107, and now also say the prophet, the axe is laid unto the root of the trees. Therefore every tree which bringeth not forth good fruit is hewn down and cast into the fire. Not by its name, but by its fruit is the value of a tree determined. What is the fruit? Present truth. The only which is valuable that you can determine that movement, that organization is of God, it is by present truth. Because God's church in all ages is well marked in obedience to present truth, not by name. Brothers and sisters, it is not difficult. Brothers and sisters, when they organized, then they selected, let us call our group Bayesian. Brothers and sisters, you know, the difference between inspired and uninspired is that I will no longer be reading, but everybody could testify that. For example, B.T. Hotep says, when they arrived in Waco, Texas, they called their headquarters Mount Carmel, according to that historical event. But I would like to read to you here in one symbolic code, number 14, page 5. One symbolic code, number 14, page 5. It might be interesting to Elder G to know that the naming of our Camp Mount Carmel Center came about in the same way as the naming of our publications, the Shepherd's Rod. For we did not know beforehand that it was in prophecy until after our attention was called to Micah 7:14 and Amos 1 verse 2. Amos 1 verse 2. That is the experience of the true people of God. When they called their movement, their headquarters Mount Carmel, they did not know that it was found in the Bible. Because inspiration, brothers and sisters, I would like to read that reading in answerer number 1, the phenomenon of inspiration. It says here in page 30, I think page 40, the phenomenon of inspiration. In its scriptural sense, inspiration is defined as a divine influence directly and immediately exerted upon the mind or soul of men. In other words, it is a special function of the Spirit of God. That is inspiration. A special function of the Spirit of God. When they called their headquarters Mount Carmel Center, they did not know that it is found in the Bible. But the uninspired movement is opposite. They found names in the Bible and then called their movement to the names that they found. That is what it means by the movement is called by the mouth of man. Here in 1 TG number 42, it says here, 1 TG number 42, page 4, as you know, there are now hundreds of church names in the world, as many names as there are isms, all of which are named by the mouth of men. Although God recognizes but one church, many of the names even suggest divine competition. For instance, do not the names Church of Christ and Church of God make Christ and God competitors? And how about us among the media? Can you imagine? If that is the case, that the one that had been recorded in 1SR, Mount Carmel, Bashan, and Gilead is God's true movement, and now these three movements today are fighting, bickering, hostile against each other faith. Divine competition? Think it thoroughly, brethren. But the fact is that they named their movement by the mouth of men, because when the founder found out, oh, it is a good name, Branch, then they called their group Branch. Oh, it is a good name, Bashan. They called their movement Bashan. It is a good name, Gilead. They called their movement Gilead. Brothers and sisters, the same with the Sunday keepers. They studied closely and then found out, oh, Church of God, it is a good name. Church of Christ. Church of the Holy Spirit. But what a blasphemy. Mocking the personality of God, brothers and sisters. Whether you believe it or not, brothers and sisters, our experience is the same with the experience of B.T. Hotep. We did not even know that in the Shepherd's Rod publications, there are many statements concerning the layman's movement. And we did not even know that there is a prediction that the name Seventh-day Adventist must be dropped. We are providentially guided by the omnipotent hand of providence. Now let us go back again, brothers and sisters, to Micah 7 verse 5. Whether you believe it or not, that is now the condition in the symbolical earth in the United States of America. Brothers and sisters, wholesale deception. What they are after is the name. Oh, our movement is the true movement because the name of our headquarters is the original that is in the old site location. But they don't want the bread of life, the present truth that cometh from God. They want to eat their own bread. No, the bread that we want is only the teaching of B.T. Hotep from 1930 to 1955. That is the present truth in the days of B.T. Hotep. We need all of them, but we need fresh message, present truth in our days. We want all the truth in the past. But the Shepherd's Rod says, we need the fresh truths for today. It says here, brothers and sisters, one symbolic code, number 5, page 8. One symbolic code, number 5, page 8. There is the past message and the fresh message. God does not want any man to think that no other message is to be heard, but that which He may have given. We want the past message and the fresh message. So we want the fresh message, brothers and sisters. Very important to have that message, the fresh message. We want all the past message. The message of Alonzo Jones, the message of William Miller, the message of Sister White, the message of B.T. Hotep. But we need fresh message in our days, brothers and sisters. The present truth that hopefully lightens the rest of the way, according to 1 TJ 41, page 25. We want that present truth that lightens the rest of the way. It says here in 1 TG 41:25, present truth that hopefully lightens the rest of the way. And that is the present truth under the seventh seal. The extra oil. Right? In 2 TG number 7, page 15, it says, the extra oil. 2 TG number 7, page 15. Here we see that the wise are those who take extra oil, extra truth that lightens the rest of their way. 2 TG number 7 on page 15. Now, brothers and sisters, in 2 TG, I would like to read to you 2 TG 46 on page 48. It says, I would like to read 2 TG 46:48. It says, miracle mongers, miracle hunters, fanatics, all bear in mind, may become dangerously subversive, ready to sabotage everything that is not in accordance with their thinking. Loose and rattling tongues will endeavor to shake the faith of us all. The ones who bear the heaviest burden of feeding the flock with meat in due season will be the devil's main targets. At just such a time as this, these devoted followers of God will profit most by the Lord's advice. Trust ye not in a friend, put ye not confidence in a guide. Keep the doors of thy mouth from her that lieth in thy bosom. For the son dishonoreth the father, the daughter riseth up against her mother, the daughter-in-law against her mother-in-law. A man's enemies are the men in his own house. Therefore I will look unto the Lord, I will wait for the Lord, the God of my salvation. My God will hear me. Micah 7, verse 5, 6, and 7. The devil's target is the one who feed God's flock meat in due season. The targets of attack. Brothers and sisters. And that's why the voice of inspiration says, we need to profit the Lord's advice. Do not listen to them, brothers and sisters, attacking God's messenger, feeding God's people meat in due season. I would like to read 2 TG 28, page 12. It says, the Jews giving heed to hearsay instead of engaging in personal investigation and experience of their own with the source of truth is therefore the very thing that crucified the Lord. 2 TG 28, 12 and 13. Here in 2 TG 24, 27, inspired truth, brother, sister, is the only thing that counts, and only when you yourself investigate and personally decide that to take your stand for it, though the whole world rejects it and takes issue with you. Let us therefore no longer drift with the tide as a pebble with the waves of the sea. We must be men and women of stamina and stability if we are to follow God and His truth. In track number 1, page 44, this is the admonition given. The same Micah 7, verse 5. It says here, track number 1, page 44. Cease from men, as you will find yourself under severe trial if you obey your inner convictions and take hold of the truth. You must therefore let the Lord alone be your guide, and inspiration your only teacher. Do not value your salvation so little as to trust to the wisdom of another. Be wise, obey the word of the Lord, investigate for yourself, and do not delay, for you know not narrow margin of time between you and heaven. Trust ye not in a friend, put ye not confidence in a guide. Keep the doors of thy mouth from her that lieth in thy bosom. Micah 7, verse 5. It says, inspiration must be your only teacher. Track number 1, page 44. But in Micah chapter 7, verse 5, that is the condition when the wholesale deception will come. What is the wholesale deception? The judgment for the living. Wholesale. Apology, brothers and sisters. But that is the reality. The dragon has 7 heads, meaning all religious system in the United States of America is defeated by the devil. There is no man, meaning there is no inspired servant in the United States of America. And that is why here in 2TG, number 9, it says here, 2TG number 9, page 7, we know that the Spirit who leads into all truth and all knowledge is not himself led or taught by any man. Hence, why should we depend on any man that is divested of inspiration to pass judgment on inspired truth? The word points out that not men only, but even the nations are as nothing. Brothers and sisters, the 50 states of the United States of America, in the sight of God, it is nothing. Even though we say that we are intelligent people, brothers and sisters, no one and no human being can be able to understand the mystery of the Word of God without the Spirit of inspiration, which is the Spirit of Jesus Christ. Brothers and sisters, I would like to repeat again, brothers and sisters, that this message, I am not saying that there is no righteous in the United States of America. There are many righteous human beings in the United States of America. But the focal point of our study is concerning the present truth. Do not expect any present truth in the United States of America, because in 11 Symbolic Code, number 3, page 5, present truth comes only from God. Brothers and sisters, no. And how could it be that the present truth under the 7th seal will originate in the United States of America when God already told us through the Bible, through the shepherd's rod, that the last message will never originate in the United States of America. The present truth under the 7th seal will never originate in the United States of America. Do not expect any truth in the North Country. That is the message, 2TG 22, page 22. My spirit is silent there. I am no longer speaking. Brothers and sisters, there was no man. Isaiah 59:16. Therefore, brothers and sisters, for the sake of all, I know that statement in Micah 7 verse 1 is pointing to the righteous by declaring, "Woe is me," meaning he had been able to recognize the fact that the present truth is no longer in the United States of America. That's what it means in Micah 7 verse 1. The righteous man had been taken out, but that is pointing, brothers and sisters, to God's inspired servant. No more inspired servant. So the prophecy, why is it that Betty Hotep in 1SR 219-220 connect Isaiah 59:16, Isaiah 63:5, and Micah 7 verse 5? Indicating that they are pointing to the same event. And if you will read 2TG 44, page 38, this is the statement given by the shepherd's rod. It says, 2TG 44:38, looking down to this very time, the spirit of prophecy in Isaiah's day said, "And I looked, and there was none to help, and I wondered that there was none to uphold. Therefore mine own arm brought salvation unto me, and my fury it upheld me." It says, here you note that when the time came, there was not even one among his servants to uphold the work of the harvest, and consequently the Lord himself did the work without them. And that is the 144,000 is cut out without hands. And we will explain it later. What does it mean that the Lord himself did the work without them? And the statement that this prophecy will find its fulfillment in the time of harvest. That not even one among his servants to uphold the work of the harvest. And the harvest is still future in the days of Hotep, because they are still in the period of growing, commingling the wheat and the tares, according to Answerer number 1, page 18. It says, it was written 1944, though the bad along with the good are still coming, for we are yet in the period in which the wheat and the tares, the good and the bad fish commingled. They were living in a time by which the wheat and the tares, the good and the bad, are still commingling as decreed by God. But God declared that such period is only up to the harvest or until the harvest. It says here in tract number 3, page 66, as the word until means up to, the tares are therefore to be gathered out not before or after the harvest, but at the beginning of it. So the word until meaning up to, according to the voice of inspiration, brothers and sisters. And that is, brothers and sisters, the commencement of the judgment for the living. That is why here in 1 TG 48:20, saint and sinner during the judgment for the living will no longer be commingled. 1 TG 48:20. And this is the message announcing the separation of the saints. It is only an announcement because the decision is up to individual, saying to let the Lord, to have the Lord separate them. Tract number 8, page 21. So it is up unto us, whether we will accept the message or not, to allow ourselves to be separated. Because that is the message. Before the earth will open her mouth, separate yourselves, depart yourselves. Number 16, 21, and 26. For all the sympathizers and followers of this uninspired leadership will be swallowed by the earth when the earth will open her mouth. 2 TG 24, page 24. Brothers and sisters, hoping, brethren, that this message will find lodgment into our hearts, because we are living in a very critical time, brothers and sisters. The time is not far distant. Whether we will leap for joy or gnash our teeth. I remember that statement in 1 TG number 6. It's up to us. It says here, brothers and sisters, I would like to read that statement in 1 TG. It says, number 6, page 41 and 42. This is your opportunity. Today you may take it or you may pass it by. But tomorrow you will either leap for joy or gnash your teeth in the outer darkness. It now all depends on you. Brothers and sisters, it all depends unto us. And brethren, here in 1 TG, I would like to read to you in 1 TG number 42, page 10, it says, you certainly now see Zion's reward and God's mighty effort to inform you of this truth. You surely will do all you can to escape God's vengeance and to join this layman's movement for the gathering of the people. In 2 TG 21, page 15, It says, I would like to read 2TG 21, page 15. This is the message given by the voice of inspiration. You must, therefore, not fail to wholeheartedly and actually join this mighty layman's movement for revival and reformation throughout Laodicea, and to finish the gospel work with a church fair as the moon, clear as the sun, and terrible as an army with banners. She is to go forth into all the world, conquering and to conquer. Prophets and Kings, page 725. You cannot afford to lose out. Why stand aloof? Brothers and sisters, in 1TG, it says that we should not stand aloof, brothers and sisters, but rather, it says here in 1TG 42, page 9, the choice is now yours, either to line up with God's truth for this time, to accept His salvation, and to prepare for the work that is before Him, for the gathering of His saints, or to remain aloof and to be spewed out. Let us make the better choice now, lest we soon find ourselves in outer darkness, there to weep and to gnash our teeth. Brethren, although, according to the Shepherd's Rod, here in answerer number 1, it says here in page 28, though there is much more to be said on these matters, suffice these lines for the present. For unless for your life's sake you will respond to them, more would be only a weariness to you and a loss of time to us. Thank you very much for listening and viewing this program. We will continue this subject on our next episode. May the good Lord bless you and have a beautiful, wonderful morning.